Hello, hello, hello. How's everyone doing? Quiet, guitar Lilin. I hope you are all well. Okay, so I found a few problems yesterday. Well, things that I kind of expected, but didn't expect quite so quickly. I had to shut this off. I had to add another kind of shut off to this when we drop below a certain amount of hydrogen, because we are, as I kind of expected, we are not making enough hydrogen to keep up with that. We dropped down to about 23,000, I think, from 32. We're now back up to 27k. I did also have, where are we over here? I did also upgrade this from HV to EV. So that's going a bit quicker. I've been trying to find other ways of getting more hydrogen as well. I think I found something that should work. Good afternoon, Chloe. How you doing? You just, how do you mean you just failed, Guitar Lilin? You can open the quest for me? There we go. Right. Yeah, so hydrogen, this is something that I keep running into issues with, is the amount of hydrogen we have. And the best thing I've found as kind of a renewable source of this, we're kind of using methane and water at the minute to turn it into hydrogen. We're still doing absolutely fine for methane, which actually I might increase the size of the methane cell to a 16k. Just to see if we're still gaining that. So I've got to increase the size of that. Made redstone alloy to make wires and came back with 8 rolls of fine wires. Yeah, I've done that on many occasions. In fact, I did that earlier in GTNH as well. Although it was making foils instead of plates with steel, which in GTNH is early game not as easy to come by. Right. This was for what? Methane. If you have an arc furnace, though, or a macerator, you can get the materials back again, at least. All right, so we need... Get that out of there. There we go. All right. Means we can store a little bit more methane now. Anyway, going back to the hydrogen. The red alloy, I don't think red alloy fine wires are used for much. All right, just making chaos bees on all the mods 10. To the sky beta. Oh, wait, they've released a beta for it, have they? No, you're all good, quiet. Do what you need to do. I'm going to be a lot more kind of, a lot quieter today anyway, I think, so. Right, okay, so hydrogen. We have been getting it via, like I say, via methane and water. I can remember where we were doing that. Yeah, water and methane gives you 2 buckets of water, 1 bucket of methane gives you 8 buckets of hydrogen. Ziddick, welcome, Raiders. How is everybody doing? And Quiet coming in with the raid as well, with Ziddick himself. How was the stream? For those who do not already know Ziddick, make sure you go hit the follow button. Do all the things. You got a lot done today? Nice. Kids, hello. We're trying to get hydrogen. at the moment. This is how we have been doing it. There is a better way with sodium hydroxide and sodium. So sodium hydroxide, if I can find it, yeah, if we electrolyze 3 sodium hydroxide, we get a bucket of oxygen and a bucket of hydrogen. And if we'll be running this at EV, so 1.85 seconds. And then we take the sodium that we get from that, we put it back into a chemical reactor with water, gives us another 3 sodium hydroxide and a bucket of hydrogen. So we basically cycle the sodium round with just adding water, which we've got infinite water covers anyway. So we can get like 2 buckets of hydrogen and a bucket of oxygen in whatever the longest period of this is, which I think is where are we? Yeah, 1.85 seconds. So about a bucket of hydrogen per second, which is not bad. And all it costs us is a little under 2 amps of EV. So your MV sawmill up now so you can make wafers. Yay. GG. So yeah, we're going to set this up. So basically we just need an EV electrolyzer and an EV chemical reactor and an infinite water cover, and we can make large quantity or large-ish quantities of hydrogen. I swear, like, it's always hydrogen these days that we're having issues with. Hey, Blue. How's it going? Right, so we've got the electrolyzer. We need the chemical reactor. And monkey border, hello as well. Did I read in, I think I read into the ZX chat earlier that you're not feeling too good at the minute, monkey border. I hope you feel better soon. Assuming I read that correctly. Right, so that is 960 EU per tick. That is 1,920. But yeah, it's not going to be, we're going to be easy to do this with Pierce. Okay, right, and we need a infinite water cover. The main plan for today, by the way, is to try and get passive, get ourselves ready to do passive microminers when we need to. Gastroenteritis since Saturday. Oh, ouch. Holy shit, I hope you feel better soon. That sounds rough. Oh, God, yeah, I forgot we're missing sapphires, aren't we, for this? Ooh, I need to get some more sapphire. Can we buy sapphire ore? Yes, it's quite expensive, but we can buy it. Hang on, if I were to do that, can I sift for sapphires? I can. Okay, right, so let's just take those, and we'll set this up so we can sift for these. Where's the input for this? Down here, isn't it? Right, purified sapphire. And then I think we need to blacklist this over here as well. Do we? No, we don't. It should automatically go over there. Although we haven't got anywhere to put all the sapphire stuff yet, so let's figure that out first. Sunday was the worst, so you think you passed the worst. That's good. I don't think I've ever had gastroenteritis, but from all accounts I've heard, it's not very pleasant. Alright, so we need storage for... Wait, do we need to store the purified sapphire, or should we just straight up centrifuge it at the minute? But we do need storage for the exquisite sapphire, flawless sapphire, and regular sapphire. And I guess we may as well just do the purified sapphire as well. We're never going to have like a ton of any of these, so if we just do... Let's just do 4K drives for them. Hopefully everyone else is doing well as well. Ooh, what up? Ooh, looks like there might be a release date for anyone. I'm guessing there aren't too many people here, but for anyone interested in Phasmophobia, there's the Grafton Farmhouse rework. It looks like it's they've got a release date for it now, which is good. Don't know what the release date is yet, but apparently there is one. Right, exquisite sapphire. What is sapphire? Oh, do I have one already for just sapphires? No. No, I don't. And then finally, purified piles of sapphire. Yeah, I'll take care of those. Right, let me just make sure this is going to go to the right place. And let's put just one of them in for now. I should go through there, and then go through here, which it appears to be doing. Perfect. All right. This does appear to be working as intended. I am going to buy some more of those, though. As we have all these coins, and we have absolutely no use for them whatsoever. Okay, there we go. That sounds like a good plan, Quiet. Make sure you take care of you. You are important. Oh no, what happened this time, Guitar Lilin? Where do I want to set this up? Does it really matter? Because it's going to move soon anyway. If it's going to move soon anyway, I guess we may as well just set it up over here. Let's calculate amperage. Ah, okay. Okay, so where... I don't think it matters which way we do these, which way around we do these. Alright, so... Can we make another 64 of these now? We can. Good, because we do need them. Right. Those are for power. I'll put those up properly in a minute. And what do we actually need then? Which is the... Well, we need outputs on both of these. So, sodium hydroxide is going to go into the electrolyzer, which gives us an item and 2 fluid outputs. So basically all we need to do is have interfaces on the sides of these and just push the fluids out into the interfaces and then push the items into the adjacent machine. That should work. Yeah, that should be fine. Alright, so if we do interfaces. You dreading when Monty has the multi-album recipes? How do you mean which multi-album recipes are we talking about? Again, I've not been following the dev stuff for updated GT. All right, so where's the water going? Water goes in chemical reactor. Just put the water on the side of there. Given that this is just a closed loop, there's literally no point in us doing any kind of limiting on this. Do we need a circuit? We do not need a circuit. So if we just put like half a stack of sodium in there. What am I missing here? Sodium, water. Oh, right, power. That's helpful, apparently. Yeah, apparently power helps. Who would have thought it? Right, so we output items to there. And then we output items to there. And allow input on the output sides. Connect that up. And then push fluids. This is one thing I have been really missing in GTNH. Not being able to do dedicated fluid and item output sides. By having them independent. Any multi-amp recipes? All machines now have the ability to pull as many amps as a recipe requires. They used to have a similar thing in older versions. Because there are some things like in GTNH, the arc furnace takes 3 amps to run. And I think the scanner takes 2 amps. I'm not sure. But yeah, there were multi-amp recipes. Oh, so yeah, now this should just cycle round. Although I am going to drop that down to HV since it doesn't need to be quite as quick. Still going to be quicker than this, but that's fine. And there we go. We should now have a slightly better production of hydrogen. How are you doing, by the way, Furious? You had to change. I don't think I haven't even. I don't think I've even had to charge my prospector yet. Damn. Right, let's claim some of these quests just to get rid of the bloody things in the quest book. Okay, so we're looking at basically getting together the stuff that we need for passive microminers. And actually, that's just reminded me that we do now also have all of this to process as well, because I let this finish yesterday, and we haven't got enough space in my inventory for it. Yeah, we let this finish yesterday. So we're now going to have a bunch more platinum group sludge. Actually, I need to check something with that. Where's my passive processing? Did I have a shutoff for this when we have too much PGS? Yes, I did. Come on. Thank you. Right, let's go and process these as well. Yeah. Grab the rest of that. Right, now that should be going over to... wait, no, wrong side. Wait. I swear I keep losing everything in this place. Yeah, everything should be getting sent directly out to here. Turn into Platinum Group Sludge. We've still got 15,000 of to process, so... Okay, right, so, as far as the micromine emissions go, there's a few things, well, the major things that we need to make sure we have plenty of, especially for late emissions. Petroleum dust at the moment seems to be needed for all of the tier 4 micromine emissions, and I think probably the tier 5 as well. No, tier 5 uses other stuff, so just the tier 4 ones. But so we don't need to worry too much about that. We already have that passive. It was just whether I needed to expand on what we were making. Quantum flux is the big thing that we need to figure out, and how we're going to actually do this. We might be better off going to some of the other planets. I think with what we have available now, we could technically go, I think, to Mars, Venus, and Mercury. And the dusts from each of those can get us quantum flux when combined with, like, Cinnabar or a bunch of other stuff. We haven't got a passive supply of that stuff, though. Diamonds, on the other hand, we do have a passive supply of. I'm wondering if it's worth... pulsating... That recipe's not awful. I'm wondering what we can use, like what our best method of this is. There's impossible realm data. But we're not going to get a huge amount of that. You can get them from Enderman predictions, but that's like 1 every 50 seconds. And then that will extract into 1 quantum flux. So you're going to be getting 1 quantum flux every 50 seconds. That's not great. What other methods have we got here? Then it's like olivine, Venus dust, mercury dust, and cinnabar. Moon dust and diamond. The moon dust and diamond is looking like the better option. We can make moon dust. So we can make moon dust at a reasonable rate, but then we need to macerate it. And then then 4 of those combined with 1 diamond gets us 1 quantum flux. If we can find a passive source of sodalite, maybe. I feel like we have a lot of sodalite, but that needs glacio. And we can't get to glacio yet. The moon dust recipe might just be the easy, just because the diamonds are easy to come by. But the problem is, it takes 5 seconds per moon dust. If we run it as in an IV multi-block macerator, that would be basically we parallelize it. We could get 4 every 5 seconds. So essentially 1 quantum flux every 5 seconds. And you need anywhere up to, what, 32 there? It's not an ideal solution. What did the Mars dust one take? Monazite. Monazite, I know we can get Oh, actually, that's not bad, because monazite... There is a microminer mission that gives monazite. So 32 monazite. If you then smelted that, that's like 128 monazite. And then that combined with Mars dust, well, that'll basically give you a stack of quantum flux. Obviously, we'd need to get the Mars dust as well, which I'm assuming that we can make the Mars stone. I don't need HV as well. Does need to be run on Mars, but that's fine. All right, no worries, quiet. We'd obviously have to go to Mars first, but that would be okay. That wouldn't be terrible. And then I'm assuming the Mars stone is just macerated as normal. If we run that at EV, or have an IV hatch on a multi-block macerator, that's going to be, what, 4 every 5 seconds? I think that'll be fine. It wasn't giving you 4 of the quantum flux, it was giving 2. I think. Anyway. Yeah, it's giving you 2. With the Mars dust and monazite. It depends, like, how... Right, so for the other one, let's actually have a look at the other ones, because some of the other ones might actually be just as easy. Like Venus dust... I think we can get to Venus, and we should be able to get to Mercury. Cinnabar is going to be a little more difficult. Cinnabar, you would get 32, but it's actually a very cheap microminer mission. The 32 of those would get 2 stacks. So that would actually work. We would have to go to a couple, like I say, like a few more planets, though. Is the only thing. But the monazite, which would actually be better, though? Monazite or... Can't do that one. What about olivine? As well, olivine we need to... No, olivine we can't get from anywhere else, though. We can't get that from a microminer mission. So it is either going to be Mars dust or Mercury dust. And again, I'll double check this, but I'm pretty sure Mercury we can mine on Mercury. We do need EV for that, but that's not really an issue anymore. And I think what I'll probably do with these is I'll set up a quantum ring for them. It'll just make life a whole lot easier than what I have been doing for some of the other things. We'll just make sure we've got an area for quantum rings. And that should be fine. I do need to make sure we've got enough singularities, though, which might be a problem. But yeah, we'll go to we'll see if we can get to Mercury. But it does mean making a few more rockets. So far, we've only got the tier 1. The tier 2, we can get to the tier 2 and the tier 3. I think the only thing that we're locked out from is the tier 4, which requires cryolobus plates, whatever the hell they are. But the tier 2 and 3, we should be fine doing. So let's get stuff together for those. I'm assuming we have to do these in order. Do we have to do these in order? No, I don't think we do. So can we just skip straight to the tier 3 and just not bother with the tier 2? I guess so. Right, we do need a recipe for HSS, double HSS plates. It might be that we end up needing to go to Mars. Actually, was there anything we needed to go to Mars for anyway? Like, 'cause there were some useful things that we could fluid drill for. Let me find that. So we can get ethylene. Oh, we can fluid drill for ethylene and fluorine, which could be useful. What about liquid ice? I don't think there's much we can do with liquid ice. But no, let's not bother with Mars yet. Mercury and Venus should be fine. So tier 3, we need the double HSS plates. Wait, no, let's do that. So the first passive microminer we're going to have then, I guess, is going to be the one that gives us the cinnabar. We're going to have to make sure everything else is passive on that as well. So we need 6 of those. The rocket nose. We know we need 1 of those. Oh, wait, that's a... We might need to go to Mars. Because we're going to need a different spacesuit, aren't we? I didn't think about that. There are 2 different spacesuits. What do we need? Netherite ingots, oxygen gear, large gas tank, unprepared spacesuits. Okay, maybe not. But there is also that suit as well, the jet suit. I imagine this, the netherite one, is okay up to Mercury. Or Mercury and Venus. I kind of wish it told you which suit you needed for which. Trying to get... How can I get to the actual crafting recipe here? Is that the right one? Yeah, that's the right one. Okay, so we need that, and that. One thing we don't have yet, actually, is netherite. I'm hoping we can actually make netherite in the usual fashion. Everything else seems easy enough. All right, we'll get the rocket made, and then we'll worry about the rest of it then. So we got 6 of those. We need the HSS tanks. Is it worth making a recipe for those? I don't think so. They're only going to be needed in the in this rocket, so, and we should only ever need to make 1 of them. Now that we can actually make iron bars. Oh, we're going to need more of the double plates as well. Wait, how many more are we going to need? I made 6 there, and we're going to need 6, 12, plus 4 more. We need what, another 16? What else do we need? The 4 rocket fins as well. I've got to actually find where all of my Ad Astra stuff is, because it used to be like over there, and then we at the back of that building there when there wasn't an actual building around it. So now we've not actually got anywhere to put it. I have a feeling that launching a rocket inside is probably not going to go well. Well, that being said, I've never actually tried it. I'm kind of curious what would happen, or if it would even let you do it. All right, we do need recipes for these as well. Can we... Oh, prescient. Ah. Okay, we need to make prescient crystals, which means we need shulker soul vials in a soul binder. Okay, we got a few other things we got to do then. Right. I'm pretty sure we never made like a soul binder. Did we make any of the Ender IO machines? I think I made a painting machine. An impulse hopper. Otherwise, no. No, you're all good. Did the tomatoes survive? Hmm. Right. I want to see something because it mentioned in the quest book for this that you could use the powered spawners in order to fill soul vials. Now, I know in all the mods, I think all the mods 9 and 10, that functionality was not part of the powered spawners anymore. So whether they've added it in somehow themselves, or whether it was a config option that was disabled in all the mods, I don't know, but I want to make one and find out. Survive mostly? That's... At least they mostly survived. That sounds like, well, mostly positive. We might need to make some more solarium, though. What am I looking for? So we need to make the soul binder, and we also want to make a powered spawner. I want to make the powered spawner first. Actually, I want to make solarium first. I'm assuming this is just soul sand and... Yeah, soul sand and gold. I don't think we've got a lot of soul sand right now, though. So I might need to go out and manually mine some, unless we can find a way of producing it. Oh, we can make it with sand and no, so we can make a recipe for that. Or we can just put sand in the atomic reconstructor. That also works. Yeah, we'll do it that way. We still need to make the multi-block atomic reconstructor. All right. That goes in there. We're going to leave that recipe for now since we can't do the prescient crystals just yet. There's going to be something that holds us back from this. I'm pretty sure of it. Do we just not have any soul sand right now? We did not have any soul sand. There we go. And sold. Whatchamacallits. I'm kind of surprised. Oh, we're also going to need a slice and splice as well, aren't we? Oh, no, not necessarily. Oh, no, we should be fine. We can do it in a crafting table. And we do have phosphorus doped wafers. So if we use that recipe, probably going to need... I have no doubt we're going to need the things for other things. The Z-Logic controllers. I'm hoping we also have zombie heads as well. We'll find out. We apparently do. Oh, that was easy enough. All right. Just got to craft the rest of that stuff. And there we go. We have a powered spawner. It's not there. The ability to do it's not there anymore. Ah, but we can do it. There is a crafting recipe for it. Okay, that's fine. So they kind of need to change the quest for that, because I'm pretty sure somewhere in here there is... Yeah, power spawner. The power spawner is a machine from Ender.io. It is used to automate the spawning and capture of mobs. As with all Ender.io machines, it requires a capacitor with a higher tier capacitor increasing the range, spawning rate, and capture rate. In order to create a power spawner for that mob type, blah, 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 that's broken. The spawner has 2 modes, capture and spawn. Yeah, they need to change that quest. Because it no longer has a capture mode. Unless we need to put a capacitor in there to see it, maybe. I doubt that's the case, but... Nope. Well, that sucks. Okay, well... Soul vials should be easy enough to make. We do not have shulker shells right now, though. So let's sort that out. Dingus, hello. How you doing? All right, scrapes your knuckles, taking out the trash, and then you drop your bottle of Coke in the hallway. Not going out anywhere today. No, it's you just stay inside and where it's comfy. Find some comfort food, or if you don't have any, order some, and just take care of yourself for a while. You need it. Right, shulker shells. I'm pretty sure we can get these from shulker data models. We can. Perfect. Right, so we're going to repurpose a couple of our shulker data models. Since we're really not using the diamonds all that much anymore. It is going to mean moving them, though. Because we can't have them on the same one as the rest of these. Which means the only place they can go is on the end of there. So if I take you out of there and remove that, and then move you over to there, the surviving cars in the shop must cost 1,400. Ouch. Yeah, fun's definitely not the word I would use. I'll be honest. That almost seems like the opposite of fun. Right, so if we just say... What do we... I put a 4K drive, didn't I? So if we just say... 16,000. Right before your trip. Wait, whereabouts are you going? You're supposed to drive 6 hours. Yeah, that's going to be rough. Without a car. Is the car, like, kind of fixable? There we go. Right, so that should start getting us some shulker shells. I don't know if we need these for anything else. I'm going to assume we do. We're just going to leave that there. Right, soul vials. Now hiding out in your tummy. Car's fixable, but the part is on special order, so it's might not be ready in time. Order to borrow your friend's car. Are you able to borrow your friend's car if you need to? Would that cause issues? Right, what do we need? Soul vials. We had a bunch anyway. We still need the soul binder. Which means we're going to need a few other things here. Solarium plates being the main one. If we just do 4 of those for 4 of those. I feel like we're going to run out of space for plates again. That's what, 5, 10, 16 solarium plates. Yeah, friend's also going to the convention, so we'll just be taking hers and said, oh, that's not too bad then. Yeah, let's do a recipe for that. And a recipe for that. And a recipe for those. And a recipe for these. I still need to do the large macerator as well, don't I? So many things to do. Right, we need that. We need those. What else do I need? 4 tungsten steel plates, and what are each of the mob heads? Hey, Hubris, how goes that, Greg? It's going all right so far. We're actually kind of working on Ad Astra stuff at the minute. We did sort out, well, hopefully sort out our hydrogen problem earlier, though. Potentially, anyway. And now we're just trying to get to Mercury. We don't have an Enderman head. We do have an Enderman data model, though, so we should be able to get it from that. What's the other one we need? Creeper? I haven't got a creeper prediction. Do I happen to have a loot fabricator? No, we'll just make another one. How are you doing, though, Hubris? I was preparing for a D&D campaign that's running starting in 20 seconds. That's actually fun. I've still never played D&D. I love watching D&D, but I've never actually played it. All right, so yeah, we need Enderman heads. Good, feeling a bit better. That's good. Far too many people feeling ill at the minute. Right. So, Enderman, zombie, skeleton, creeper. Ta-da! We have a soul binder. We will have to automate this at some point, but for right now, this will do. Hope you can eventually play. Your group has been together almost 13 years and have been playing for that long. Damn. I don't know if I still don't know if I would ever actually be able to play. I'm at the minute I'm very happy just sitting on the sidelines and watching. As creepy as that sounds. Right, what are we making? Prescient crystals. We need vibrant crystals. Make 2 of those. Have we got any more shulker shells yet as well? Oh yeah, we got a few. Beautiful. Right, I need to make myself another, oh shit, what are they called? Experience obelisk. What am I missing? I can't remember how we actually start these now. Like, how do we actually feed it? Can we... I'm sure there used to be a way you could feed the XP into this, but I guess we actually need to have the XP obelisk now. I'm sure you could manually feed that in before. Yeah, I thought as much. Looks like it's just like another one of those things that's gone from Ender.io in more recent versions. Right, I need solarium, don't I? There we go, that's fine. We should still be able to do it like this, though, I hope. Is that the bottom? I can't tell. I think that's the bottom. Yeah, there we go. That's better. We just store all our levels in there. Have we got a way of, besides eating them, turning these into XP? Oh, we can't fluid extract them. For varying a mass. It might be worth setting up those up to go to an extractor now. And just start producing liquid XP. So I'm pretty sure we can still send out the liquid XP with the pattern provider. If we need to do these. Have they given us any larger tier capacitors? Oh, they have. Ooh. I don't know how much of a boost they give, but they have given us some better capacitors. Right, let's sort out the last bit that we need for this rocket, which was these. We can't actually create the prescient crystals yet. We have them in the system, so that's fine. We are definitely going to need to set that up soon, though. What are they called? Thrusters. Oh, wait, we're not going to have enough, are we? I need 3 of them. Shit. Ah, you know what? Let's set it up now. Oh, except we can't set it up now because we haven't got the liquid XP yet. Ah, we'll sort it up. We'll sort it later. It's fine. It's fine. Right now we have bigger fish to fry. And you could export XP into it. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we can still like have a pattern provider on the back of it and have it push the liquid XP in. I just need to get the liquid XP now. There we go. Right. That should allow us to make 3 of these now. Could also be able to make the other one of those. And then this. Okay, that's that. Is that everything? I think that should be everything. Right. There's our NASA workbench. Got the launch pads. How do we fuel the rockets again? Been a while since we actually did this. Where's the center? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So that's the center. Seriously? It's fucking huge. I mean, the thing I really dislike the fact that you've got the when you're holding this, you're like, it literally takes up half your screen. Right, okay. Put that down there. Ah, you can't just shift click items in there. Okay. Those, that goes there. They go there. That goes there. And they go there. Ta-da. Okay, so we just fuel it from here then. We don't actually need like a fueling item or anything like that. Okay, right. Before we go anywhere, we do still need that other space suit. So we are going to need 2, 3, 4 pieces of netherite. And I don't believe we have any in here, but I think we do have some down here. Oh, no, it's not. In there is netherite. It's in this ancient, crushed ancient debris, isn't it? So with this, what do we do to process this? You can get some obsidian dust out of it. Rarest metal mixture as well. And then we can smelt this into just ancient debris dust. Can we just smelt this? Yeah, let's just take... How much do we need? We said we needed 4, didn't we? So we just take 2 stacks of this. I don't think we need to get, like, anything more out of this. I don't think there's anything additional we'll get from here that's worthwhile. It's like some obsidian dust and the rarest metal mixture, which we don't really need. So yeah, let's just smelt a couple of these. And then, can we make netherite in the same way? Please tell me we can. 4 gold, 4 netherite scrap. That works. We take stack of those. Stack of those. We have netherites. Perfect. Okay. We're going to probably want recipes for these 2. We've already got the gold for it. Oh, wait, hold on. Have I already got those? Oh, I do. Okay, cool. So if we need 2 of each for those, we're going to need 8 of each then. The pressure layer and radiation layer. So let's looking for a decent way to get obsidian. I still don't think I'm actually producing obsidian anywhere. I'm kind of curious what method you've used, Guitar Lilin, if you don't mind sharing. Right, so we've got the radiation layer. What's the other one? Pressure layer. We've got the radiation layers, we've got the pressure layers. Obsidian does have a hostile neural networks, and that's what I'm using. That's the way I'm getting it, Furious. I'm not producing actual obsidian anywhere. Alright, so we're gonna need, I'm assuming we're gonna need 24 thermal cloth to make the unprepared things. So unprepared. Helmets, leggings, spacesuit, and boots. Ah, okay. So which method did you settle on, Guitar Lilin? Right, we're also going to need an oxygen gear and a large gas tank. And that should be it. Thermal element. Ah, okay. Yeah, the same way that I went then. I was kind of hoping you'd found something that I hadn't. Ooh. I'm not gonna get tinted glass. I haven't got any amethyst. Black quartz. Okay, I need to go out and find amethyst from somewhere then. Can I buy amethyst ore? I can't buy amethyst ore. Well, shit. Can I break the blocks of amethyst down? Oh, I can just put them in a forge. Wait, do I even have a forge hammer? I don't think I've got a forge hammer. Shit. At least not one that's available. I'll make an A. Wait, let me just make sure I haven't got one over here first. I don't think there is. I forgot what I was looking for now. Forge hammer, wasn't it? We do not have a forge hammer. Okay. No, I don't think there is. I think you've just got the gas tanks, or the oxygen tanks, rather. There's none as part of Ad Astra, at least. There are. The Quark Tech suit can, I believe, it nullifies burning and prevents freezing. So I'm assuming that means that it will work on almost as a thing. Nullifies harmful effects, replenishes food bar by using food from inventory. Replenishes underwater breath bar. Like, we can't make it yet anyway, but because we need an assembly line. But that might be an option later on. But no, it doesn't look like there is a method for doing it besides that. I could well be wrong, though, so... There we go. Right. Right, so we've got the tinted glass. What else do we need? 1 HV circuit. The nano ones we're doing for HV? Yeah. 1 HV circuit. 1 gold foil. Yeah, there was the same in all the mods, I think, as well, Furious. I think that was from an add-on mod, though. Like the Giselle add-on or something along those lines. At least I think that's what it was in all the mods 9. Oh, Lord. Okay, right. So we got some stuff to make here. Everything else is fine, though. Let me just double check to make sure there isn't anything that we can put on here. I have a feeling respiration won't help. If only. No, can't see anything. Yeah, some of them aren't too bad though. Like I tend to, or until recently, at least I tended to eat quite a lot of them just because they were easy, and it's the only way I could actually get myself to eat. If I didn't eat something as like simple like that, I just wouldn't bother eating. But yeah, they're not the greatest. All right, so we need 2 of those, right? Yeah, 2 large gas tanks and an oxygen gear. So oxygen gear needs empty steel cells. Empty steel cells are double steel plates and bronze rings. You know what? Let's make a recipe for these because why not? That goes in an assembler with no oh, we've got everything ready for them anyway, so that's fine. We are out of patterns though. Well, they are empty steel cells, so we need 2 of those. Yeah, there's definitely a bigger assortment of them I've since kind of when I was younger, certainly. Well, you've been in and out of easiness. Yeah, it's I don't know. I just for me, it just kind of if I don't have something easy to eat like that, I just won't bother eating. And apparently, not eating is bad for you, or so I'm told. Right, steel plates are fine, but we need the empty fluid cells. Ooh, we actually haven't got a way of making the fluid cells at the minute, have we? I wonder if it's worth adding another input bus to the bender. It's literally only used for cells and buckets, though. And we've already got quite a few. Yeah, it's not going to take much to add this. And there's always a chance we're going to need more cells later. All right, and we need pattern provider. There's no point in doing a large pattern provider for this because there's just not enough recipes that can go in here. It was what, circuit 12, right? Yes. Make sure we put a sign there. Okay. And then we need a recipe for these. If we do it with... Honestly, we just do it with steel plates. I mean, we have a bunch of empty cells anyway, but... Is that actually going to work? Yeah, there we go. Perfect. All right. So that should be fine now. Wait, where does that go? No circuit assembler. Right, and 2 large oxygen tanks. Okay, that should be everything we need now, right? And these need to be done in just an MV assembler, so I can find the assembler. There it is. We need that. That's that. And those. And then that. That. Should just be able to put all this in here, and that should be fine. And we got a nice, funky new netherite spacesuit, which hopefully will protect us. Because if it doesn't, then, well, shit is all I can say. I'm assuming I still also need to fill this with oxygen. But we are going to need to get more oxygen, for that matter. And these just go... Oh yeah, I forgot about all that. Okay, there we go. That is now filled. I'm assuming this will work in lieu of this spacesuit, so we don't need to have both. I can just put this one away. Let me keep that to one side. Yeah, I'm assuming I can just use the new spacesuit for both if I want to go to the moon as well, for example. Right, the one downside to these spacesuits, though, is... I've lost my large oxygen tank. I had one of those. I had an extra one of those somewhere. Oh, wait, no, it is in here. It just didn't stack, did it? Never mind. Yeah, it's still there. I just didn't stack because I've got matching MBT data. Okay. Oh, we've got a couple of things to claim here as well. Soul Binder is an Ender IO machine which uses soul vials and experience to enhance specific items. It may be prudent to store liquid XP in an adjacent obelisk, which the Soul Binder can draw from directly, or you can insert it using other standard means of fluid routing. Lovely. And we've read all that already. Right, the next thing we need is fuel. I don't think... Does rocket fuel work for this? I want to say it does. Well, it lets me put it in there, so hopefully it'll work. Okay, so we got all that stuff. Do we need to remember anything else before we go there for the first time? Where are we actually going? Anyway, I've just realized I can't remember where we're going. We could just use /home to get home. That's fine. What do we need an empty backpack for? Like, we're not staying there. We're literally just going. This is more whether just to make sure we survive. When we get there, we're just going to use /home to get back. And when we're there, we have our tempad that we can add a point to on there. So in order to do the mining of the actual stone over there, we're going to be automating it. I think so. And the ability to withstand I'm assuming, heat that we're going to get there. But where are we actually going? We were doing we're doing the Cinnabar one, so we want to go to Mercury, don't we? What else can we do on Mercury? There was other stuff we could get from here. Oh, actually, that might be worth doing. Fluid drilling Mercury, because there's a few things you can put through a chemical bath with Mercury to get a few more resources out of. Peanuts for my trip. I mean, it's not a bad idea. Everyone needs snacks, right? Blazing pyrotheum we can get from there as well. Sodium persulfate. That was something that I did want to fluid drill from there. Any interesting ore veins? Cassiterite, garnet sand, asbestos, salt, fluorite again. Although you never get it in much. Oh, we can get laurite there. Not that that matters now. Because that will be used for ruthenium and rhodium. Which we don't really need. Thorium and plutonium is actually not a bad one. Oh, you know what? Plutonium, mining some plutonium from there is going to be not going to be a bad idea. Because we need plutonium for the Naquita microminer missions. Don't bring microwave kung pao on the trip. It's horrible. I take it that's what you came out of the supermarket with. Well, you're not really the platline ores as such. You've got laurite and cuprosites, thorium and plutonium. There's nothing else there that's platline. Is ilmenite? I don't think ilmenite is it? No, ilmenite's not. What do we get from ilmenite then? Oh, that's more rutile though. More rutile is always nice. But yeah, there's nothing else really that we need there. There's just the rock breaker. And we'll set that up in a chunk where we can fluid drill for sodium persulfate as well. That will just mean that we have plenty of that available to us if we need it. We will try and set up a quantum ring over there, though, as well, just to make certain things a little easier. If we can get Mercury as well, that wouldn't be the worst idea. But I think we're good. I think we're ready to go. Let's go. You watch this end horribly. Bye-bye, base. It does disappear very quickly. Lift off in T-minus nothing. We've gone. We're off. Bye-bye, cruel Earth. We'll be back soon. Yeah. Oh, wait, where were we going? Mercury. Were we going to Mercury or Venus? Shit, I can't. I've already forgotten. I want to say Mercury. Yeah, Mercury, because we were looking at. No, this is Ad Astra, Bobo. Essentially the same thing. Holy shit, it's red. This looks like a very hospitable place. I can barely fucking see. The only reason, to be fair, the only reason I remember that it's Mercury that we're going to is the fact that we were looking at Mercury as something to fluid drill. Oh yeah, look at how hospitable this place is. Wait, I am going to land... Am I just going to step out straight into lava here? Is that what's going to happen? No, we're good. Give me my rocket back. All right, we're fine. We're not dying. That's the main thing. Right. Let's set a new location. For Mercury, right. That's a very pleasant looking place, isn't it? Okay, so we've found blazing pyrotheum and mercury. Be a lavally ending. What we're hoping to find is sodium persulfate, I think. We might struggle to find it. Oh, when can we make the next tier of prospector? LUV, isn't it? Ooh. Oh, once we can get rhodium-plated aluminum palladium. I feel like the sodium persulfate is going to be kind of rare. Oh, never mind. There we go. Found it. Not huge amounts of it, but a bit. 67. 67 is the highest I've seen so far. Oh, there's a 68 there, I think. Yeah, there's a 68 up there. Hey, right next to a nice little kind of plateau thing we can stick stuff on. Yeah, I think if we go here in this chunk, we'll make a little platform. There we go. And this is... Yeah, that's the outer corner, isn't it? We should have a look at what ores are about as well. And I will, I think, move my mercury spawn point to here. Oh, somebody asked about the gas tanks. We do have gas tanks. We have the oxygen in here, and we can refill it with this if we just right-click it. So we do have oxygen. The textures are so much better, though. The textures are better, I agree. Galacticraft, I was not a big fan of Galacticraft. It was... Oh, to be fair, most of the space mods were all fairly... like, kind of repetitive and samey. Like, all the planets look the same. Right, we'll give ourselves a little maintenance area and then have something on top of here. Bearing in mind that this fluid drilling rig is probably going to have to move at some point. I mean, I blame the lighting on this planet for that. It's definitely grey. Alright. Oh wait, no, we need more than that, don't we? No, scroll. There we go. Thank you. It would help a lot if I actually had night vision here, but our night vision is tied to the goggles, which we can't wear. So we can't basically have the helmet on, this helmet on, and the goggles. I mean, we could. It just wouldn't last for it. It wouldn't kind of end very well. Right, let's change the mercury point to here. We might need to move it again once we set some stuff up. We'll set a fluid drilling rig in down here. We'll also sort out the what am I trying to say? The stones. The rock stuff. Yeah, the rock stuff. Fluorite, topaz, garnet sand, asbestos. There's a lot of just random bits of ruby and redstone everywhere. Not a huge amount else, though. Okay, right. So if we go home... Stupid lava ruining the looks. I know, right? There is quite a bit of bauxite, yeah. We don't really need bauxite for much at the minute, though. We've, like, as far as... we've gone through all our rutile, but we do have 5,500 titanium at the minute. Bauxite's not going to give us tungsten. We are not short on tungsten, but I could do with some more, in fairness. Yeah, bauxite would just give us aluminium and rutile, I think. Yeah, scheelite would give us that. We could actually do with getting some more scheelite, honestly. And tungstate. Oh, my throat is really sore today. Right. Okay, so what do we need? We need a rock breaker. What tier of rock breaker do we need? No, it's not Venus stone we need. Mercury. What tier of rock breaker do we need? EV. I never set up the rock breaker as a recipe. Wait. I've just noticed it doesn't actually use circuits. I hadn't noticed that before now. I'm assuming it's just because it's not a very intelligent machine. It literally just breaks rocks. Oh yeah, the polarizer doesn't. Yeah, I remember. That's true. That's right. I swore the alloy smelter did, though. Yeah, the alloy smelter does. Polarizer doesn't. I wonder why the polarizer and the rock crusher don't, though. I mean, that kind of thing would explain it, Bennett. All it does is break rocks. It doesn't have to be overly intelligent to do that. That's true. It is. It is pretty much just a cobblestone gem. Right. The other thing we need to do is make the quantum rings. These might take a little while to craft because I think it needs the quantum star in there. Yeah, and those take a while to craft because we still haven't set up the multi-block chemical bath. We made all the stuff for it yesterday, but we just haven't set it up yet. I'm calling the rock crusher not intelligent, Bennett. Unless you maybe self-identify as a rock crusher, perhaps. Which, no judgment from me. This is 2025. People can identify however they wish. Sometimes. Fair enough. Still not calling you unintelligent, though. Although I do assume that you don't require circuits to operate. Again, I'm making assumptions here, but you're not strong enough to identify as a rock crusher. What was I looking for? I was about to start looking for something, then I got sidetracked. Some people do with pacemakers. That's fair. Right, we're making the quantum rings. Oh, singularity is what I needed to look for. Okay, we do have a few singularities, so we are good. I do need ender pearl dust, and I do need... Can I make tiny TNT? I can make tiny TNT. Right, I want to go and do this somewhere where we're not going to blow up any of our base. So, probably go to the old base for this. Doesn't matter, like, the tiny TNT barely does any damage anyway, but... And it's kind of it's the cutest, it's the world's cutest TNT. Right, let's put the magnet away for a moment. That's actually a lot more damage than I thought it'd do. There we go. Quantum entangled singularities. Yeah, that is a very good point. I think we've all broken a lot of rocks in Minecraft. Right, I'm gonna need to do the set quantum rings somewhere. I'm kind of feeling like I don't want to do it on here because this is where all the storage is gonna go. I guess on the floor above this, probably. We haven't set the floor above this up yet, though. It is, right, Chloe? It's trying its hardest, but it just can't quite explode the way the bigger TNTs do. But it tries. Right, I need... Yeah, I think it's... There it goes across. I'm not going to do the edge bits here yet. I'm just going to do the floor. We still need to make sure we leave plenty of space in this for doing, like, the Mega Alloy Blast Furnace, or Mega Alloy Blast Smelter, and the Rotary Hearth Furnace. The Rotary Hearth Furnace is probably what's going to take kind of pride of place on the top of here. Most people are 2012 veterans. All right. There we go. Right. So we just got to do on the center. Perfect. We need 16 of these. This is going to take forever. Right, then how are we going to set this up, though? Get rid of those. Unfortunately, I am still going to have to transfer power over to each of these places. You never played Minecraft before 2019? I started in whenever 1.9.2 was. That's when I started playing. Right, where's my... Not in there. Where's my netherrack? So I think we're gonna... What I'd kind of like to do is if we're gonna end up with multiple quantum rings, we can probably have them set up like this, although it doesn't give us a lot of space around the edges. Then we can have them like that, and then if we need more of them, we can stack them on top of these. Or the other option is we place them kind of like this. But then you've got less symmetry because we're gonna only gonna have these going like one way. I don't know, I'm planning for things that probably won't actually happen. We're probably not going to do too many of these. But I think this is the way we're going to do it. I think we'll just have them side by side like this, and then any more that we need, we'll stack on top. And then bring the covered cable out from there. Hey, Freefall. Finally got an AE2 crafting terminal hooked up to your storage. GG. Wait, hang on. Who? Your teammate yelled at you on Elder Mods 910 to the Sky Beta, apparently putting pressure plates on top of Elder Guardians in containment jars gives you mining fatigue. I didn't know it did that. I knew that if you put them on top, if you put the containment jars on top of node blocks, they will play like the passive sounds of whatever mob is in the jar. I didn't know you could get effects from them. That's quite cool, though. Oh my god, this is taking forever. Like, I knew these were going to take a while, but damn. Okay, well, while we're waiting, we're still going to have to make I'm probably going to have to make a recipe for this, aren't I? For the energy acceptor. It's a shame that quantum rings can't, like, wirelessly transfer power. That'd be nice. That way we wouldn't even need to send power over to the wireless places. They can transfer power by peer-to-peer, However, you do need to have you do need to words are hard. You do need to have the power there to set up to get it kicked off in the first place. So technically, I guess, yes, you could. Oh, actually, I wonder if we could power this just with a numismatic dynamo. Like, if we put a, no, one way or the other, we'd still have to get power over there, wouldn't we? Or would we? How much power would it take? If we just put like a 1 amp converter. We just put like a 1 amp converter to convert from EU to, like a 1 amp PV converter to convert from EU to RF. Then we'll use a numismatic dynamo to get it connected in the first place, and then output via that via peer-to-peer into the thing. Well, yeah, we don't have flux networks in here though, Chloe. That's the problem. There's plenty. As always, there's plenty of ways to do this. I'm just trying to see if there's any other ways besides what I was already planning on doing. Yeah, the Enderhook's fantastic, isn't it? It's so much fun to play around with. Use draconic energy relay crystals in the old Monifactory. I don't think I ever used those in my Nami playthrough. P2 made you sorry, P2A made you really appreciate Flux Networks. Flux Networks is fantastic. Oh, come on. We just need like 9 more of these. It's fine. It's only taken about 20 minutes so far. Hey, only 27 seconds apparently. Oh, come on. But yeah, I think I will see if I can just power this, because if I like the main reason I don't want to like the other way I would have done this would be to set up another set of advanced connectors from Laser IO. But since they're only the advanced connectors are only kind of point to point, you can't have multiple connections going to or from the same advanced connector. I have to set up one for each of the remote places that I have things set up. And if I can avoid doing that by using peer-to-peer to power, so basically essentially the network is going to power itself, that will be much better. Hey, there we go. Just 8 more to go. We might be done with it in like 6 years. All right. A 1 amp EV converter might be slightly overkill for this though. We'll see. Right, let's go back over to Mercury. I'm still wearing my spacesuit, right? At which point did I first make a miner? You can't make the... I never bothered making the single block miners. I just waited until the multi-block one, which you don't get until quite a bit later on. Yeah, you need IV circuits for the first large miner. So basically as soon as I was able to, I made these. The fluid drilling rigs you can make earlier. Kind of mine emeralds in there. Yeah, the lava in the nether can be a pain. But yeah, in that case, the single block miners, while they're slow freefall, they will obviously save you that hassle. I don't remember if the single block miners give you any kind of bonus for the mined blocks. I don't think it does. No, it doesn't look like it. But yeah, they might be worthwhile doing just to avoid that. You're lazy, so you made the miner already in LV. Plus, you have it on a server as well, which makes it even more worthwhile. Oh, have I got any, Have I not got any frog lights left? I haven't, have I? All right, well, glowstone it is. I might have to move some of this later. There we go. At least we got a little bit of light on the platform now. All right, so we'll set up the energy acceptor at the bottom, probably in the middle, or the quantum ring rather. If we set up the quantum ring there, and then I think that's the other side for now. And then if we put the energy acceptor there, converter there. Wait. 1 amp for EU to outputting 8,192. That should be more than enough power. I'm going to have to get a numismatic dynamo here to start with, and then we'll just put a peer-to-peer on there. Yeah, we've got plenty of numismatic dynamos here. Do I have any of these with upgrades in already? I do. Perfect. Really? You're going to flip around on me? Thank you. There we go. Right, that should be enough to kick it up. What the hell that was then? Should be enough to kick it off. 13 buckets of polyethylene will last. Depends what you're using it for, I guess. I had about 16 buckets of polyethylene in GTNH, and that's lasted a while, actually. The Yeta wrench can. I mean, rotating this is never, like, when it's like that, has never been a problem anyway. It's when it's like that, for some reason. Ah, okay. If you use any other wrench on this, when it's facing in that direction, it didn't work before. Yeah, if you try doing it with the steel wrench, it doesn't rotate. So that's good to know. I've got to get my magnet out again. All right. Just need 4 more of those. Then hopefully this can become self-sustaining. The LV one isn't any better. The HV one rather, I would say it's definitely better than the Fluxo magnets. Although I haven't tried upgrading the Fluxo magnets past the stage where I could first make the HV magnets. So it might be that the Fluxo magnet is better with further upgrades. But until you get to HV, I wouldn't worry too much about it. They're both pretty bad at that until that point. Oh my god, these take forever. Anyway, right, while we're waiting on that, let's figure out where we're going to set stuff up. We'll probably put the miner in the middle, or the fluid drilling rig. One more quantum ring. We're getting there. Oh, hang on. I guess we may as well put that into there. Just get it out of our inventory. Yeah, if we put the fluid drilling rig in the middle, I'm pretty sure the fluid drilling rigs don't have any kind of like actual mining pipe that comes down below it, do they? Like the ore drilling ones. I don't want to accidentally just have my fluid drilling rig destroy my quantum ring. I don't think it does. If it does destroy my quantum ring, I am going to be very annoyed. Alright, we need stable titanium machine casings and 15 titanium frames. I don't even know how much sodium persulfate I use now, honestly. I actually can't imagine it's too much. Right. We need an input hatch. EV energy hatch. And an output hatch. Actually, we may as well just use an ME output hatch. Then since we're going to have the ME system connected to here anyway, so that should be fine. The next thing is, do I want to do the, I think I want to do the maceration here. I just macerate it here. And I don't think, the other thing is, do I want to bother with a multi-block macerator or not? And I genuinely don't know. The real only upside to using the multi-block one is that it's more easily scalable. I don't know how much we're going to need to scale this, though. Right, the next question is, how much sodium sulfate do I have? 6,000 buckets, okay. And we have a 1K cell. Okay, I'm going to up that, I think, to a 16K cell. For the sodium sulfate. And then we'll just turn this off when we don't need it anymore. And this is the thing that I love about the way that I have my storage set up. Is that I don't even need to be anywhere near my storage system to upgrade things like this. I don't even need to be in the same dimension. Although it is useful for things like transferring the sodium sulfate back over. So I guess I do need to go back for that. That's the only one. This is the one thing I do need to go back for. Just so I can put those into there. And honestly, even this I could make work remotely as well, I think. Especially if we have ender pouches. We do have ender pouches. Oh, they're cheap as well. We're on the last one. We're almost there. We're so close. It's done. All right. So, ta-da. Right, that is online. If we grab our EV power, if we remove this now, not that it had any power left in it anyway. We can't actually see if... Is this going to stay online is the next question. It should do. But will it? It's peer tunnel there. Got this an EV as well. Well, that is working. This is getting power. So far, nothing is shutting off. Chunk load that. And there we go. All of the sodium persulfate. We will set this to shut off once it gets to a certain point, because there's no point in keeping drilling for sodium persulfate when we don't need to. So if we do that... And we set it to that. That should turn off. Then we'll grab an emitter. And some more covered cables. And if we set this to just say 120,000 and emit redstone signal if it's below that. And there we go. Sodium persulfates. Beautiful. Right, now we've got to set up the rock breaker and figure out what we're going to do with the actual output of this. Are we going to output directly to macerators, or are we going to send it back? We're going to macerate here. That's not really a question, honestly. But do we use a multi-block macerator, or 4 EV macerators? That's the question. So we get 4 of these every 5 seconds with the EV macerators. Yeah, we'll do it that way. Rather than the multi-block. I don't think we're going to need to scale this up massively. Yeah, JEI unfortunately won't tell you that. Because it will be dependent on what upgrades you have in there. Come on. Oh, wait, we're only doing 4, weren't we? Never mind. All right, so we'll give this power under there again with peer-to-peer. I feel like I'm abusing peer-to-peer power a little too much. I feel like there's gonna reach a point where it's not a good idea to do it. Also, my keyboard is doing weird things again. I really, really need to get a new one. Do you want me to put that? So I've got a numismatic dynamo here. I can show you what it is with different kind of configurations, if you like. Right. Did you have any particular configurations in mind? Because by default, it will output 2,500 RF per tick. And then the efficiency modifiers will obviously not change that. They will just change the efficiency. So basically, how much RF you will get out of each diamond. Let me get one of the earlier components. Oh, there's one of my plates I was missing. Good enough. Where's it? Well, to be fair, yeah, you'll be able to work it out from there anyway, I guess, with the components, because they will tell you how much. So, for example, the reinforced components give 2.5 times that. The hardened components give 1.5 times. The Signalum ones will give 5 times, and so on. You can find out. You won't be able to find the information from JEI here. You'll need to look at the actual output of it. Yeah, hopefully that helps. All right. Right. I do just need lava and water for the mercury stone, right? Yes. You watch. Water. We'll find out at this point that the water will just burn up here or something. Nope, that's good. Right. I think we might be able to find some lava as well. If the game keeps crashing, you just want a relaxing Cobblemon day. You should be able to. You can put. Are you able to make the these overclockers yet? The node overclockers, because you can put multiple extracts on there. But you will need, for each one, you will need for each additional one over the first, you will need one of those node overclockers. We don't have any 1x1 frame drawers. Concrete and quartz. Don't have pulsating. Ah, okay. Okay, and then if we get this thing started. How am I going to do this? Because I still need to set, I need an emitter on here as well to be able to... Wait. The water has gone. I've got no leaf blocks either. Yeah, I think I had a feeling it would do. If putting it in a leaf block doesn't work, we're gonna have to make the multi-block. Which is fine. Right, let's go back to Mercury. You watch, I'll put my home point in the middle of my lava. Nope, apparently not. Okay, let's see if this works. Nope. What the hell? I can't even place a leaf block down. That's not like an inventory desync thing or anything, is it? They really don't want me putting water down in here, do they? Nope, it goes as well. Oh, shit. Okay. So, single block rock breaker, not gonna work. Put a slight dampener on that plan. Okay. So we need the rock cycle simulator. Can that take parallel hatches? I guess if we're doing the rock cycle simulator, we may as well do the multi-block macerator as well then. If we're doing this. Unfortunately, having this in the center of here might be an issue now, though. But we have got over 1,000 buckets of sodium persulfate in that time. Okay then. Let me just clear my inventory for now, and we'll figure this out. And I'm going to go home as well, because I'm going to run out of oxygen. Oh yeah, let me grab those two. Right. Right, rock cycle simulator. What else do we need for that? So, it's just a bunch of IV parts. That's fine. High temperature smelting casing. Blue ice. We haven't got any blue ice at the minute. We should be able to get that relatively easily, though. Okay, that shouldn't be too bad. Although this, why am I getting such lag with this kind of view now? Oh no, that's better. That was fine. All right, so 60 high temperature smelting casings. I've got 4 left already. Just make another 60 anyway. I just need smoke particles just fizzling to a crisp or sizzling to a crisp. I can't believe they wouldn't even let me put leaves down. I'm gonna guess that if you were able to put leaves down, you would have been able to make this work. And I'm assuming the whole idea is that you aren't supposed to be able to do this. You're actually supposed to use the multi-block. Oh well. I guess we're going to be able to ramp this up later then if we need it. So that should be fine. And I guess if we really need to, we can always just move this setup over to whatever planet we decide to do this on. Make a dome with oxygen inside so the water can stay there. I don't think that'd work. I will be very surprised. And honestly, this is going to be easier and far cooler. I don't know. I'm now curious if we can do that on the if we can do it on the moon. If we can put water on the moon. Yeah, it's not the no oxygen thing. Unless this burns away some point soon. Otherwise, because there's no oxygen on the moon either. But that still seems to be okay. Alright, cycle simulator. It doesn't really change much about how we do this, honestly. It really doesn't change much at all. Right, we'll make the large maceration tower as well while we're here. I would assume that it was the too hot thing, yeah. I'm kind of curious if distilled water disappears as well. Ah, dang it. Let's see. I'm pretty sure this wouldn't work in terms... Oh, you can't even place distilled water down. What about salt water? Nope, can't place that down either. I'm assuming that's... You just can't place them down anyway. Wait, why have I got 2,000 buckets of salt water in here? Why have a salt water... Oh, I do. Okay, never mind. That's fine. I was a little confused. Okay. So we're going to need an EV energy hatch. This actually makes things a little easier as well. We're going to need 2 EV energy hatches. Actually, no, we're going to need an IV energy hatch for the other one. For the macerator and a parallel hatch as well. What are those casings called? Oh, there we go. High temperature smelting casings. What else do we need for this? We're also going to need a couple of maintenance hatches. Right, the maceration tower. So with the maceration tower, what else do I need? 18 crushing wheels and 67 secure maceration casings. Do the crushing wheels take the casings? I can't remember. Yeah, so we'll set those going first, and then we'll do... I can't remember, was it 67 of these? I don't know whether the Rock Cycle Simulator can do use parallel hatches or not. Usually it mentions on them that they can parallelize with parallel control hatches, but that one doesn't, so I'm going to assume it won't allow parallelization with the recipe. What else do we need for this? A single titanium pipe casing and tempered glass. We've got that already. Why are there so many of those? And how much tempered glass did I need? 11. Right, blue ice. I have precisely 0 ice currently. I can compress ice into... the crushed ice into ice, and then the ice into packed ice, and then the packed ice into blue ice. Is there a cheaper way for us to do this? That we have access to at the minute? No, it doesn't look like it. Okay, so how many packed ice did we need? Or blue ice, rather? Was it 4? 3. So how many crushed ice do we need that? So 3 times 9, so 27. 3 times that is 81. And then I think it needs to be 3 times that, but... I don't even know if I've got a compressor anymore. I don't think I have. I haven't used a compressor in ages. That's fine, though. We can make one. Do I have any hopper upgrades? Yes. Okay, that's going to take a little while. We do need magma blocks as well. Those should be a little easier. And then after that, we should just need an input bus. An LV input bus should be fine for it. What I'll probably do... Do we have any other use for this mercury stone? Or mercury dust? I can centrifuge it for... nothing massively useful. Or just put it in a mixer with cinnabar. Okay, that's fine. Trying to think if we want to actually store the dust at all. Or, well, we're going to have to store the dust, aren't we? Like, one way or another, we're going to have to store the dust. So we want an ME input bus. No, ME output bus. I keep getting those mixed up. I'm so used to kind of thinking about it in terms of it being on the applied energistics end and on the kind of like pipe network end rather than it being as part of the machine. I always get it kind of mixed up. So that'd be an ME output bus. That would go on the macerator. We should only need just like a regular output bus for... Actually, we don't even need an output bus. We'll just have it going into a drawer, I guess, and then from the drawer into the... From the drawer, a drawer attached to the output of the... Wait, actually, in that case, we do actually need an output bus, don't we? Attach the output of the rock crusher or the rock cycle simulator. And then from there into the macerator, straight into the macerator. All right, let's go and figure out where these are going to go. I really wish I hadn't put this in the center of the chunk. It's going to make it very, very awkward. Right, so the rock cycle simulator. The macerator, I think, is square, right? Yeah, that's a 5x5 square. And then the rock cycle simulator is 3x7. If we put the macerator in, say, in the corner... And then the rock cycle simulator just down, coming down this way. I think that should be fine. If we have the macerator there. Let's get him. Have the controller there. Obviously, we've got to fit all of the hatches and whatnot in here. So, the rock cycle simulator. If we do this... Yeah, so 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Farewell to all the lights that we had in there, I guess. We don't really need... We're not going to be seeing this place too much, so it's not going to be a hugely big deal. If we put the input bus there, output bus there, we could put the drawer between them. Although I kind of would have preferred to have been able to see into the input bus and get to the input bus. Only way I could do that is by moving this over here and just having like a 1-block gap between these. Which I guess is okay. I can always move this if I have to. Yeah, we'll move these over. If we do it like that, at least then we can see what's going in the input and the output on there. Right, what else do we need to know for this? That goes there. I'm assuming the pipe casing goes there. And like that, right? Yep. Is the back just solid? Yeah, the black's just solid. Okay. I've got to move this. It's just too awkward having it there. I'm going to move it. Have you finished doing what you're doing? You should have done. Right, so we'll just put this over here instead. We've got the output hatch. I don't need this anymore. Get rid of that for now. The output hatch goes there. EV energy hatch. Okay, I really wish my mouse would stop doing what it's doing. All right. Machine cover will go on there with the emitter. Right, if we can get this set up in the next few minutes, I might not be that late for my break for once. Maybe. I should be working. Will be when we set this up. So, sodium sulfates. What did we say? 120,000? Emit signal when it's below. And then invert that. There we go. Right, now we've got a little bit more space. And it's not being cooperative, so next up, a zombie model for rainy days. It's always nice to have them. All right. Get rid of those, because we need to get into there anyway. Right, so what else do we need to put in here? We need the actual... Where does the controller for the rock cycle simulator go? Goes in here. Hey, JJ. How's it going? Right, and then we need... where's my IV energy hatch? There it is. IV energy hatch goes there. EV energy hatch goes there. What else do we need? Seiko, how you doing? Going alright, just torturing yourself with ancient debris mining? I'm assuming this is in vanilla. It's so long since I've had to do that. Right, the output bus can just go there. Let's go up there and connect to there. Why are those taking so long? Oh, something's broken, hasn't it? Ah, what's broken? We've had this problem before. Oh, yeah. Apologies for the darkness, everybody. Yeah, we had this problem before. It's only when we make these things. The crushing wheels. It's got to make ultimate and tungsten carbide. It shouldn't be needing to make the tungsten carbide, though. That's the ultimate is molybdenum, cobalt, chromium, and nickel. Where's the carbon coming from? That's got to be the tungsten for the tungsten carbide. But we've got 201 tungsten carbide in there. So what the shits? Oh, no, it's for the graphene, isn't it? The graphene takes carbon, silicon, and graphite, and that's on circuit 1. Carbon, silicon, graphite. And ultimate takes chromium, nickel, molybdenum. Why is this causing problems? There's got to be something else within these that's mixing when it shouldn't be. Wasn't for a bit. I'm glad you're doing better now, JJ. It's good to see you around again. Right. What is this making? Because this means that we're going to have some random dust in here. So it doesn't look like it's using the carbon, but it's using the silicon. It's going to be silicon and something within the ultimate that's turning into something else. I might have to put this on blocking mode. I really didn't want to have to do that. Oh, it'll be the silicon and molybdenum to make and it'll be making molybdenum disilicide. Yeah. Shit. All right, I'm gonna have to put blocking mode on. It shouldn't make a difference, but that's a little annoying. Wait, it is 18 crushing wheels we need, right? Yes. Hopefully that shouldn't take too long. Apologies for the darkness here. I haven't got my night vision goggles on. I can't wear them while I've got the spacesuit on. Oh, by the way, JJ, I don't know if you've kind of you've heard or not. I've started another GTNH playthrough. Another one. Oh, we got our ice now. I have no idea if this is enough. We only need 3 blue ice. Yep, I just got to MV a couple of days ago. I've kind of taken a break from the Greg Tech progression. I'm working on a little bit of bees and Thorncraft. I got really fucking annoyed when I started hearing random heartbeat sounds. After I've barely done any Thorncraft, I've already got one. I've only got 1 permanent warp. But it's still causing the occasional... We only need 27 packed ice. But yeah, I think you're right. We are probably going to be short. Yeah, I think that's the one thing that annoys me, like, the most about Thorncraft. Is that those random, like, when you start getting warp and you start kind of, like, losing a little bit in-game, you start hearing random heartbeats, and in GTNH, there's a lot more, yeah, you're right. 24-ish, I think. We're going to be just shy. No, we're not. You're right. It is exactly 21. Ignore me. But yeah, you with GTNH, there's and one of the add-on mods that adds a whole bunch of different possible things the more warp you get, leading up to the very end where it can just randomly spawn withers around you if you have enough warp. Thankfully, I'm a long way from that, but still. Wait, we need 27, don't we? So we need 9 more. 9 times 7, 63. Yeah, we should have enough from this. We should do. Can't wait for the hallucination creepers. Yeah, I can. I'll happily wait for those. But no, I've been working. I'm trying to get my head around the whole bee breeding and kind of transferring traits between different bee, like from one bee to another, and I'm trying to get my head around how that works without at the minute I don't have access to like gendustry or anything like that yet. Yeah, 63 makes 7 technically, but yeah, you're right. And we did put another stack in there, so there should be enough. Wait, are they adding that? I've not been keeping up with any of the kind of the Greg Tech stuff of like GTNH or anything. See what's been going on. Are they actually backporting that? Because that's going to be nice. It's so weird not being able to swim. And there's a whole bunch of little kind of quality of life things that you, when you go back to older versions, you just miss. Like the ability to, if I want to search for multi-blocks, just find one multi-block controller, and then being able to click on this title here, and be able to search through all the multi-blocks is so nice. I keep trying to do that in GTNH, then realizing that wasn't really a thing back then, and the only reason we've got tabs is because they kind of, because they changed and added a whole bunch of stuff to JEI. That's what's being added in 2.8. Nice. I did think about changing to the 2.8 beta, but I want to wait until it's at a stable release first. All right, let's go back to Mercury for a moment and put these crushing wheels in. Just so we're not sitting around doing nothing. Yeah, the custom NEI is nice. We were talking about it yesterday as well. The thing where you can like when you're looking at a tab, it's got the little magnifying glass icon at the top of it, and you can search like within that tab. So if you're looking for, say, looking at a new wrench and looking for materials, you can search for a specific material within that. It's really, really nice. I think I'm still a few things missing here. Oh, I know what I'm missing. Let's go there. We needed the maintenance hat. I just put it away, didn't I? We need the maintenance hatch, and we need the parallel hatch. There we go. And we need a maintenance hatch in here as well. We'll put that up there. And now we just need the ice, and then we're done, I think. Yeah, I'm still in the stage of using Steam, JJ. Unlike you, I'm hoping to get away from it as soon as possible. I've started looking at setting up Diesel. Probably wait for 2.8, then do a Steam only playthrough, which you totally haven't done before. Never. That's a brand new thing for you. Come on, I want to go on my break, damn it. I'm already late. Nothing new there, though, in fairness. Oh, we made one too many. That's fine. Right. We just need 3 blue ice. There we go. Hopefully that is everything. Well, it hasn't formed, so what have I missed? Got the maintenance hatch. Got the simulator itself. Got an output bus. I shouldn't need an import bus on. Do I need import buses and import hatches on here? Or are there certain things that have to be in certain places? No, that can be... Oh, I haven't done the glass on the sides. That explains why I got 4 extra glass. So that can't go there. That's annoying. Still not forming. Okay. So what have I missed? What else have I missed? Got the energy hatch. Oh, we can have a... We can parallelize it. No, it looks like they can. We haven't got a parallel hatch, but it doesn't need a parallel hatch. Or it shouldn't need a parallel hatch. Oh, right. We need the... There needs to be blocks in the middle of there as well. Okay. Ta-da! Ah, this is awkward. Right, so that's IV, that's EV. Let's not get these mixed up. Right, IV. EV. Okay, so what do we actually need to put in here for this? Oh, so we do actually need an input bus as well, because there needs to be somewhere to put a piece of mercury stone. Right? And we're going to face that down so it doesn't look ugly as fuck. And then we're going to have to go and smelt this. God, my base is so dark. I swear there will actually be lighting in here eventually, like proper lighting. We won't just rely on night vision. Alright. So... I put you in there. You are going to start working. Beautiful. Alright, let's... Perfect timing. Right, and then that actually needs to be turned off. You're not actually doing anything, though. Why are you not actually doing anything? Oh. What? Because I'm a Muppet. Because the output bus goes on there. Not on there. That's already got a bloody output bus. Eyes the dust. Now, all my dust's hidden away in storage cells anyway. No dusting needed. Right, we do, however, need... I'm going to do a 16k cell. I'm going to start doing just 16k cells for the most part anyway. How do I need to replan that? Oh, shit, because we don't have any steel. Where is... Oh, shit. This is fine. We've only got 11,000 steel dust. Because apparently it didn't shut off. Wait. Wait, what? What? Where have I got 11,000 steel dust from? Oh, God, it's still making steel dust at the top as well, isn't it? Hold on. Oh, shit. Everything's fine. I can't see anything, but everything's fine. Wait, no, it's not making steel dust there. What the hell? Where have I got 11,000 steel dust from? Why has that used up all of my steel? Right, hold on. So much for that break. Let me make it so I can actually see. Any minute now. There we go. Right. Right, that one should... What the fuck was I doing here? Why is this... Okay, that was fine. That was doing exactly what it was supposed to do, but this didn't. It didn't shut off. So now we are... We now have 11,000 steel dust. What the fuck? See, all I did was took that out and put it back in again, and it stopped. Like it was supposed to. Like, we don't need this here now anyway, so I'm just going to get rid of it, but... What the fuck? No, that is a good point. There's silver linings and all that. I am going to need to upgrade this slot, though, I think, because these are... I don't think an MV alloy smelter is quite going to cut it. Where is steel? Although something is still getting output to somewhere. I guess it's still getting output to here, isn't it? Not there. There. We don't need that anymore either. That can go too. No idea what happened there. That's so annoying. See, the lead dust was fine. Why was it just the steel dust that it screwed up on? Oh, Jesus, that's annoying. And this isn't even user error either, I'm pretty sure. Because if it went back to working fine when I just took the card out and put it back in again, it's clearly the card was set up correctly. Something went a little weird. I wonder if there's been anything else that's happened with. Oh yeah, we haven't got a... I still need a way to get down to the passive processing down here as well. But this is working fine. Just having the emitters directly on there rather than using laser I/O. Things are starting to feel a little laggy. They're not really laggy, but they're starting to feel it a little bit. Right. I'm just going to request 4,096 of those. Just to get that back up to something reasonable. Yeesh. That's concerning. Anyway, right. What was I making? 16K storage cells. I really want to know what happened there. And why that did what it did. Let's just do another 4,096 anyway. Just to get us over what we were at before. All right, this is for mercury dust. It's not GT, is it? It's Monty Labs. So frustrating. Right, okay, that can go in there. Put that back on. Apologies for the darkness again. I was going to set this up and make sure this is actually going to work. Right, so that is... Wait, did I even chunk load this? I did, didn't I? Alright, so we turn that on again. We should get 4 about every 5 seconds. Because it should be underclocking to EV. I'm running the 4 recipes. Which seems to be happening. Okay, well, there we go. I can't believe I have fucking all that steel dust. On the plus side... we do have 11K steel dust on the plus side. It wasn't only in a 1K cell, because if it had only been in a 1K cell, everything over about 8,000 we would have just voided. So that would have been 3,000 steel just gone. All right, so the next thing is getting Cinnabar. Because this is what we want this for, basically. We want this so we can make quantum flux. So we're going to need Cinnabar, which means one of the first things that we passively create is going to have to be Cinnabar. I guess what we could do... I've got to decide how I want to actually work this, though. Because... it would have been nice to be able to go out and actually just use crushed Cinnabar ore, but we can't really do that unless we sift it. That's the only way we're going to get to actual Cinnabar. If we use the miner for it. And then we sift it. And that's only a 35% chance at Cinnabar. Plus, I guess we would be running at... I think we're running at IV, so 55% chance at Cinnabar. And then the other stuff, then the purified parts of Cinnabar. And then Cinnabar dust, which I guess we can autoclave into Cinnabar. I'm trying to think what the best way, like the best method of us getting the Cinnabar for this is, because we can... For the raw Cinnabar, we can run the microverse mission. I think that we should be fine running this. There aren't any other Cinnabar missions, though. That's the downside. And we need the gemstone sensor, and the basic drilling kit's fine. The rose gold drill head should be fine, I think. And then the gemstone sensor is the only mildly difficult bit, since that needs either IV or HV or IV sensors. I think for now what we're going to do is we're probably just going to do the sifting method, and then we'll forge hammer, or basically take all of the flawless cinnabar and put them either through a cutter, or it'd have to be a cutter. We can't do it in a forge hammer in this. So yeah, put them through a cutter and turn them back into actual cinnabar, and then the exquisite into flawless, and then so on and so forth, and then get all that, get the cinnabar out of that. I'm kind of curious how much we could get from it. Oh, hold on. And do we have any cinnabar at the moment? We do have a shitload of cinnabar right now. So if we add purified cinnabar to this, I guess we could have just done put the forged siftables ones in there, but we don't want all the siftable ones going through. So we take the crushed and the raw cinnabar. We'll put those through the sifter. We're going to get... I'm going to do a 4K drive for all of the stuff we're going to get out of that. So what are we going to get out of that again? Purified cinnabar, flawless cinnabar, and exquisite cinnabar. I'm pretty sure we have one storage cell already for the regular cinnabar. And cinnabar dust, which we could probably do with upping both of these to at least 4Ks. So yeah, let's just do... I'm supposed to be going on a break, aren't I? I'm doing well here with this whole going on a break malarkey. Oh wait, did I do 4 or 5 there? I did make 5, okay. I'll do this. We'll start the cinnabar going through to be processed, and then we'll go on a break. I promise. I promise. Most of this stuff, I think, is actually just going to get automatically sent out elsewhere as well. So we do exquisite cinnabar. Your keyboard, your brain, your fingers, nothing is working. I can relate to the keyboard not working. Mine is causing me real problems at the minute. To be fair, it has been for a long time. And then this is purified pile of cinnabar dust. I don't really want to store, but... Right, so all of those can go in there. We'll take that out of there and that out of there. Transfer everything over. Put those away, and then let's put both of these through here. So if we output that, we can get rid of those now. This should be going through. Yeah, that's going through where it's supposed to be going through. And then we'll output that as well. And we'll see how much we got. We got 1,227 or 1,229 Cinnabar now. Let's go and take a short break. If you guys have been sat down for a while yourselves, I do suggest you do the same thing. Just get up, wander around, use the bathroom, whatever you need to do. Why does my computer keep telling me the encoder is overloaded? It never used to do this until I upgraded to Windows 11. What the fuck? Have you, just out of curiosity, are you guys noticing any, like, stuttering or frame drops or anything on your end? Like, is there anything going on? Does it seem okay and relatively smooth? No. Okay, that's good. I don't know what's going on with the whole encoder overloading thing, then. A little annoying. Anyway, I will be right back. I am going to run some ads during the break. I will only ever run these during the break, though, so you shouldn't miss anything. But I will be back in just a moment. All right, everybody, I am back. Thank you all for sticking around during that break. I do greatly appreciate it. All right. Where were we? We were making Cinnabar. And we have not made a lot of Cinnabar in that time. Although that is like, we're getting 4 quantum flux from each of these, so it's not too bad. It could be worse. And we have still got a large amount to go through, so I think we're going to be fine for Cinnabar, honestly. Like I said, we can always process the rest of them as well. But that should be everything we need in order to make the quantum flux and passive the quantum flux. So let's do that. So in order to do that, we need... We're going to do it in the mixer? Yeah, we'll do it in the mixer. And then literally all we need to do is just send out mercury, dust, and cinnabar. And then that will be fantastic. Okay, right. Let's grab a mixer. We may as well do it at EV, and then we'll just underclock, I think. Because we don't need this to be, like, ridiculously fast. How are you doing, by the way, Larvae? Right, and we're going to need a interface. We are going to need an emitter. We're probably going to need a peer-to-peer bus. And we are probably going to need... Actually, I don't know how we're going to set these up. Since this is going to be one of the more permanent things, we're going to set it up in this area. Where in this area, though, I don't know. Probably... Let's put it over this side. This is just kind of... We'll have this side over here. Which is like random stuff that's getting crafted, basically, I guess. And we'll try and keep a similar setup to what we have going on in the rest of it. So we'll have the mixer there. We'll bring the covered cables up from here. And put power in there. Interface on the... interface on that side and emitter on this side. Need machine controller. Oh, we do need storage for this as well. Where did I leave that? It's over here. It's over here. Right, this is for quantum flux. Wait, I don't know. I'm pretty sure I haven't got one already. Find out in a minute. Eric, with the 4 months there. Thank you so much, Eric. Can we get some love and hearts in chat? How are you doing, Eric? I hope you're well. Also, what's your IGN? Because, as always, I have a terrible memory. I can put you next to... who are you next to? Crafty. Eric Bryan. Is that you? I think I spelled it right. It is awesome. How have you been, anyway? There you go. Next to Crafty. Right, where were we? We were... Okay, no, we didn't have any of those already. Right, we need the interface. We're going to need a robot arm as well, and a filter. And we need... that. So if we get 4 recipes worth, keep it kept in there, set that to import. That's not got any power yet anyway, so that's fine. Right, and then we output that, and we output that. Oh yeah, and nothing's connected yet either. There's that too. And we just keep this at, say, 4096. I have a feeling this is going to process quicker than we're actually getting the dust in, but that's fine. Oh, speaking of which, I do also need to make sure we shut off the macerator in the other dimension when we get too much of the mercury dust in there, because we don't need to store a lot of the mercury dust. We really just need what we use. But it'll be nice to have a little bit as a backup just in case. There we go. Beautiful. All right, so this will emit a signal when it's below that. That'll be inverted, and then we just got to push this out to there. And there we go. Passive quantum flux. Let's go back and set up the shutoff for... We'll set the shutoff up on the macerator, I think. Rather than on the rock crusher. Because this will shut off anyway when this fills up. We just need to shut this off. Which is actually a little bit awkward to do because the controller's there. So the only place you can have an emitter going into the controller is here. So how do you shut this off? I guess we're just going to have the emitter come into here. A little awkward, but I can live with it. Hey, random, how's it going? Right, and this is for mercury dust. And if we shut this off when we've got more than, say, just 2048 or 2048 of it. That should be fine. And then we'll emit that when it's below that. And then we allow that to work when there is a redstone signal. Okay, right. There we go. That is quantum flux. Passive. Right, what's next? Nothing in there, I don't think. Oh, can we, how are we doing for hydrogen now? Oh, there we go. Beautiful. We're back up to a decent amount of hydrogen again. Let's go and see if there's anything we need to put through here. We should still be creating TBU fuel, which I am going to go and deposit in here. Can't see the TBU fuel from here, though, can I? All right, so that's quantum flux sorted. What else do we need? Like, that's one of the main things that we need for, like, all the micro miners is the quantum flux. And then just depending on the tier of the miner, We need various different additional things. Now, I'm not sure how I want to go about doing these. Because I guess it's just gonna depend on what we are, what we decide to passive as to what else we actually create. We'll have to have a little area specifically for passively generating all of the resources needed for this. So like we were going to do the Cinnabar ones, although I think I'm going to hold off on the Cinnabar. Since we should have plenty anyway, and we're only going to get 32 in there. We will get, actually, that being said though, we will get a lot of ruby as well. But we'll also get a whole lot of redstone, which we have absolutely no use for. Since we have plenty of redstone as it is. I think we do anyway. Hold on, let me double check. Yeah, we've still got 41,000. Which is a decent amount. I don't think what other miners we're going to need to passive. Wait, what about Mercury, JJ? No, you can't. You do turn redstone into mercury, but we don't really need it for that since on Mercury we can just fluid drill for mercury. So we kind of don't need it for that. But yeah, it is redstone that you get the mercury from. Is it the centrifuge or the electrolyzer? Centrifuge. Along with silicon pyrite and ruby dust. What else can we do with the cinnabar? The dust. Oh no, you can get it from the cinnabar dust as well. And some sulfur. Fair enough. Hey hyena. How's it going? I'm not too bad. Although I have got a bit of a cut at the back of my, I'm not sure if it's the back of my throat or on my tongue. I'm not sure which, but whenever I move my tongue around and talk too much, it starts to hurt. Fucking annoying. Oh, how are we doing for Wither Realm data now? Ooh, we got a little bit. Not a huge amount, but a little bit. And let's also go and check on the other thing we need to check on, which is we have got over 20,000 platinum group sludge to process now, which I feel like I might need to upgrade this at some point soon. Will I passive all tiers of microminers? No. There's probably only going to be a few that we really need to passive. At the minute, the only one I can think of that we might need is this one. For Sheldonite, Bornite, Pentlandite, and Chalcocite. We probably most of these we probably don't actually need to do until much later. Not the platline. The platline in Money's not too bad at all, honestly. I mean that was the entirety of my platline. This is the entirety of my platline, just these machines here. And that does everything. Although it unfortunately does it slowly. Mostly because the advanced centrifuge is slowing it down, but in Money, it's really not too bad though, thankfully. Right, anyway, what else do we need to worry about? The only other thing we've got to think about now is... Oh, Nomi CU hard is probably a lot different then, in fairness. We're only on normal mode, so... I imagine hard mode would be considerably more difficult. I think for right now, it might actually be... It'd almost be more beneficial to make these request craftable rather than passive. Because, I mean, we'd have to sort things like cobalt brass. The problem with, I guess, completely passiving them is that you've got to set up passive generation of, like, the drill heads and things like that. I guess, no matter what, we'd have to do that. I was just thinking, like, we could put it on a sub-network and make everything visible to it, and then just craft it on demand, but that doesn't make much difference. I don't know. There's quite a few. I only really use them when they are necessary, though. Right. Okay, so I genuinely don't know which ones of these I want to passive at the minute. If there's any that I need to. But most of what I'm getting elsewhere. Anyway, these... None of that. The radons... Actually, radon, that does remind me that I do need to... Actually, you know what we'll do? Most of the mining missions take... the various different drill heads and... drilling kits. Right? If we just start... Like, the drilling kits specifically are used in... all of the microminers that... I think... Is it just all of the microminers? Or is it just... Not all of them, but all of the ones that require, like, drilling for ore. So if we get these drilling kits set up to passive, even if we just passive, like, a stack of each of them... I haven't even looked at the Infinity Microminer yet. Hyena, there's very little point, because we're nowhere near that yet, so... Actually, you know what I am going to do before I do anything else? I think I'm going to upgrade all of these to EV. Everything here to EV, just so... And we'll probably underclock it to HV for now. But just so we... Or I guess we could do it to IV and then underclock for now. Just because, like, after that issue with the steel... Although, I guess... The downside to that is if we have them producing faster and we have another issue like that, we just end up with more steel dust. And potentially wasting resources. Oh, I don't know whether to do that or not. I think I'm going to upgrade them all to IV anyway. Only what? 1, 2, 3, 4. What am I making there anyway? Involve 5. So 5 alloy smelters and an arc furnace. Life, how you doing? I have not got IV alloy smelters yet. Or more accurately, I have not got IV alloy smelters request craftable. What about arc furnace? I haven't got the arc furnace request craftable either. Oh, graphite dust might be an issue. Maybe. I'll have to check. I don't know if I've been processing any graphite at all. I don't think we've needed to up to this point. We've only needed it in, like, kind of incredibly small quantities. Although, actually, no, we must have graphite because we were for making graphene. I don't know if I'm passively crafting that or not, though. Well, that's 1, 2, 3, 4. So we need 5 alloy smelters. Are you good? Just doing some chores and getting some stuff on your PC ready and set up? Nice. Arc furnace. And then we are going to be doing these on peer-to-peer. Everything else should just be able to stay pretty much the same. Just need to transfer over the covers. Oh, which also means I'm going to have to transfer over... I'm going to have to transfer over all of the robot arms and everything as well, aren't I? I wish there was kind of an upgrade kit you could add to GregTech machines. Although I guess if there was, you would run into the issue of... I was going to say potentially blowing up the machines, but if you're upgrading, you're never going to be putting more power into it. Only less. If that makes sense. Okay, so once we've got those sorted out, we've got to decide where we're actually going to do the micro miners. Because, like, at the minute, we've got this area up here, but this is going to be... There's probably going to end up being more EBFs down here. So I'm not a fan of doing it there. Guess maybe we stick it up here. And so the minute, there's not much else going on up here. So that would probably work. Oh, where am I going? I was over this way. I get lost in my own base. Embarrassing. Cables. Right, I think we can just get rid of all of that for now. And if we just do these one at a time... Robot arm there. No, no, that should be fine. And that will need to import. That'll need to invert. And then that should be all we need to do. Except for giving it power. So I think I am going to... Oh, right, yeah, that needs to be on keep exact as well, didn't it? Yeah, that works. And if we were to change that to 10,000, that should turn back on. I will underclock that for now to HV. Okay, and then we just go along the line and we exchange all of these. Okay, and then that should be fine. That. I set these up properly. Not on that one. Ah, that one is. Okay. Officially given up fire with modern industrialization add-ons. Such a pain in the ass that needs better documentation. I mean, you could just stop at modern industrialization and pain in the ass. And I would absolutely agree with you. I am not the biggest fan of modern industrialization. I don't know if I've ever made that clear or not. Right, we'll keep these underclocked for now. Just going to double check to make sure all of them do work. Perfect. All right, and... Start making cupronickel. And invert that. Give it some power. And underclock it as well. Perfect. All right. And then we're going to waste a tiny bit of oxygen there, but I think we can live with that. All right. And finally... the involve.
Oh, I see. Running away, you yellow bastard!
Working, and... there we go. Those are sped up a little bit now. I am going to underclock them all for the time being. But we have the ability to speed them up again later if we need it. Perfect. Right. All right, no worries, quiet. Feel better soon. Honestly, I don't think I'm going to be much longer before I'm finished anyway. So if you're not back before we finish, I will talk to you soon, I guess. You don't mind the modern industrialization, custom machine builder. Modern itself you hate, but the custom machine functionality is incredibly nice for just random additions. It's not like RegTech custom machine builder in your opinion, other than you have to enable data gen for it to work. So what are you doing with modern industrialization anyway? Wait. Why are we not getting any quantum flux? The fuck? Right, that stopped. No, it hasn't. This has stopped. I'm a moron. Right, where did those go? They should, I think, be in... Where are we? Should be over here. They should be auto outputting to here at the moment. Yeah, there they are. There we go. That's more like it. All right. That's better. Okay, so... The biggest thing we've got to do at the minute is we've got to figure out where we're going to put these micro miners. I am kind of feeling like over here, since this is kind of our passive area anyway, of this whole building. So we're probably going to put them up here. And then we just need to be able to make all the various things that we're going to potentially need for these. Like the drilling kits. There's 3 tiers of them. Elite drilling kits we're not going to be able to do yet anyway. The basic drilling kits just take MV motors. It might actually be a time now where we... Do I want to start passively... There are certain things that we might want to start passively making that I wasn't intending to, and I'm not sure I want to. But things like the motors. Because if we want to start making the drilling kits, there are various motors we're going to need. And I think passively creating things like the motors is going to be worthwhile. Simply because we use the motors in pretty much all the components for each tier use the motors. So at least passiving those is going to be worthwhile. You wanted a custom fluid duplicator, but you didn't like that it required power, so you tried to use an add-on to make primitive machines that don't use power at all. As you can tell, it didn't work in any capacity. So now you're back to using 1 EU per tick for making 5k buckets a second of fluid that you input 10k buckets of into the machine. Okay. Fair enough. Is there going to be... What's going to be the easiest way for us to do this then? Hold on. So if we try and passive all of the motors that we have so far, what are we going to need to output to these? Like, can we... What I'm kind of thinking is, with all of our passive setups and everything, can we basically do like a column of machines down here that just go to produce all of the items needed for each motor? Is that going to be reasonable to do? So basically you just have an assembler at the bottom. Tin cables, I guess you would have you'd need to have 2 wire mills, one making the tin cables, and then another assembler making them into wires, and then the other wire mill making the fine copper wires. Then you'd need probably two lathes, one making the iron rods, one making more iron rods, and then feeding those into a polarizer. So how many machines would that be? Assembler, 2 wire mills, or 2 assemblers, 2 wire mills, that's 4. 2 lathes, that's 6. And 1 polarizer, that's 7. So you need like 7 machines for that. Would it be the same for all of them? Yeah, again, you'd need two lathes, a polarizer, 2 wire mills, one for making the those wires, one for making the cables, and then 2 assemblers, one for making the cable, one for making the actual motor. That'll be 7. Would it be the same with HV? Yeah, so basically that would be the setup we had, and then we just have to have a way of transferring to the next machine. So let's just test this out with the LV ones. The next thing is, do I just do all of these at EV just so we can use peer-to-peer? I'm kind of curious. Do we have Spark in this? I'm just wondering if that's going to, if the peer-to-peer is just going to start causing problems at some point. I'm still doing fine power-wise. Okay, I guess we do these at just EV. I don't think we're going to need to go take them past that. I hope. But I do like the idea of having like dedicated lines for each of these. So we need 2 assemblers. We needed 2 wire mills, which we don't have recipes for yet. I think what I'm going to do, I'm going to get one of these set up, one of these whole things set up now. If it works out, then we'll do the rest of them tomorrow. So, 2 wire mills. I'm going to assume we don't have an EV lathe. I guess we could have done these at Ivy as well, but Ivy ones take a lot longer to do because we need to wait for circuits. And then I guess we're going to have storage for each of these as well. So we get a 1K drive ready. We're not going to need more. We're not going to be keeping more than 8,000 of these in stock. I think we'll probably keep it at about like 512 or so of them. Right, have I got the wire mills already? Yeah, I've got the wire mills, got the things. We need the lathes. And then we just need a polarizer. I'll be very surprised if I have an EV polarizer. Borex steel wires. Interesting. Honestly, it's probably not just something they just don't think about. LV electric motor. Okay, so let's see how we're going to do this. We'll follow a similar thing to over there, although we can... How are we going to do this? So we know we're going to have... Similar at the bottom, which is going to make the... Silence is pretty good in general, in fairness. To be fair, I love Silence gear. I much prefer it over Tinker's. It's kind of nice to have it in a few more packs. The wire mill there, and then we'll do the other wire mill, and then we'll do polarizer, and then the two lathes. Now, the next thing is, how are we going to transfer everything between these? I kind of feel like Laser IO is going to be our friend here. Actually can't think of a better way of doing it. We did do these at EV, right? Hey, Zodo. How's it going? Don't want to just carry it back and forth? I mean, we could do. It'd give us something to do on stream, I guess. It's an option. Not the best option, admittedly, but it's an option. Right, what I'm thinking is... We're also going to want to shut this off at a certain point. I'm going to want an interface on the bottom to actually feed everything into. Oh, we're also going to want an interface to... Ooh, We don't want this at the bottom, do we? Because we're going to have interfaces on each of these for all of the base ingredients. And how the hell are we going to... get fluids into the other assembler. Oh no, that's fine actually. That's actually not a problem. That will work out just fine. Because we only need to feed fluids into that. The wires themselves will come in from the top. Okay, so we're going to need to feed iron into that. We're going to need robot arms for each of these. And filters. It's going to be a little awkward to set all this up, I think, but... we set that to keep exactly... like exactly 4 iron ingots in there at any given time. Turn that off for a minute. And then we're going to have to run lasers up here. And then we're going to have to, for the next one of these, we're going to have to kind of flip it. So we'll have the interfaces on this side as well, and then another row of machines there, and then the lasers on that side, and then we're going to have kind of a bit of a break in between them. Yeah, I do like interfaces. I do like a good interface. But yeah, I much prefer them to output buses. Or import buses for that matter. I think we are going to want to have a situation to, or at least have the ability to shut any of these off at any point as well. I really, really, really need a new keyboard. And that's actually going to go on the bottom for that one. Okay, so... what we want to make sure that we're never having like loads of things backed up in there. This is the one thing I don't want. So if we set so we basically have a sensor card in these. And then we say if you have over like 8 iron rods stacked up in there, emit a redstone signal, and then a redstone signal there, then that should shut that off when there's a redstone signal. Should invert that. So that should be emitting a redstone signal now. It will require a signal. Weaken the set redstone signal to run. So yeah, when it's sending a redstone signal back into there, it'll shut off. And then we need to take the items from there. And then we need to insert them into here. And then again, we'll use limited item filters on this to set this up. So we'll have enough in here for, say, just 2 recipes worth at any given time. These are going to be coming in passively, so it shouldn't be a big deal if we had to have any more than that. So we only want, like, at the most, like, 4 iron rods, 2 magnetic iron rods. It's fine wires, isn't it? Yeah. Like 8 fine copper wires and 4 of those. Yeah, that's right. Okay, why are you not inserting into there? Inserting on red. Extracting on red. Is this not allowing it to extract because of the cover? Is that what's going on? No. So why is that not extracting from there? No, I didn't think it was going to be that somehow. Extracting items on reds. Oh, right. Oops, daisy. Because it's trying to extract long iron rods. Okay, cool. Right, and then this also needs to... This is going to be a little bit of an awkward setup for... Initially. Actually, not all of these need them, do they? Like the polarizer did not need anything on there. The wire mill does, that wire mill does. The rest of them do that. Does need one. And that needs a pump. I should make a few of those. Oh, so we don't need a pump, do I? I need a regulator. Or do I? No, a pump will be fine. I don't think we need to worry too much about it. We've got plenty of silicon rubber. Plenty of liquid rubber as well. I think I am going to use the liquid rubber rather than the silicon rubber. And then, yeah, that will insert into there. Okay, right. So this one is also doing iron rods. And then again, we need a sensor on there. I just realized I did have that right before. Did I? Yeah, that's right. Right, okay, so that will go on channel 2. And then that will emit a redstone signal on channel 2. And then we just need to push down from there into there. And bring iron ingots from there. Although, let's not auto push out yet. Oh, that should have shut off. Oh, right, hang on. Not got a bloody machine cover on there, has it? Wait, has it? Yeah, it has. It just needs to be inverted. I do love having this much control over everything. Okay, so that will shut off. Then these will go down into here. Oh, how do I stop this from inserting more? If there is... Because this is going to end up with like a stack of iron rods in here. I guess we can set this up. You know, it really doesn't matter. I just like to make sure everything is like efficient as possible and there's not just random resources stuck everywhere. V, thank you for the posture check. How you doing, man? Not sure that's entirely true, V, but thank you. The only other way I can think of to do this is not to auto-extract from here. And to extract from here instead on, say, channel 2. And then insert into there on channel 2. A maximum of 8 iron rods. Well, that didn't work, did it? Hold on. Because it's still auto-extracting. Well, that should hopefully be okay now. Anyway, we then need to extract from here. Oh, and shut this off as well. When we have... Oh, we needed that, didn't we? More than... Oh, fuck. Oh, that's just a regular filter. No wonder that's not working. Right, so whenever there's 8 on there, limit redstone signal on channel 3. I'll output a redstone signal on channel 3, and that can stop working at that point. Okay. How are you doing anyway, V? And then we need to extract from there on red. Yeah, now we'll put the magnetic iron rods in there. And then we go down to this, which is going to make the fine copper wire. That needs to be on circuit 3. Shit. I've just realized a problem with this. These always emit a strong redstone signal. And we can't change that. So basically what's going to happen is... Oh, wait, no, that shouldn't make a difference. Why is that turned off? That shouldn't have a redstone signal. I was going to say what's going to happen is that redstone signal is going to move down to there, but it's not. Because it's only receiving a redstone signal on this side. Right, in this mode, the cover will require a signal weaker than the set redstone level to run. So that's basically saying, with that turned off, it's basically saying it has got a redstone signal. I don't remember... Oh, no, it's fine. I think it's okay. Okay, right, so this needs to... keep exactly... Use copper ingots. And yes, I'm aware this is probably overkill. I genuinely do not care, though. Like, we don't need this level of control. I just like to have it. Sensor, and we'll check whether there is fine copper wire in there. So if there's any more than if there's more than 16 fine copper wire in there, it'll emit signal on channel 4. That will emit signal on channel 4. That should be turned on. And then we need to just extract from there on red. And we need to output copper ingots to here. I just realized this does not need an interface on it. Oh, that has not worked. Why did the sensor not work there? The only thing I can think is it was just too fast for it to... But it's still turned on, so it's not emitting a redstone signal, so why? Not too awful. Relaxing before taking kids to a thing called Lunch in the Park, where you can go and get a sack lunch from some grannies. Interesting. I guess it saves you feeding them. I assume is a good thing. Why is that still on? Oh, because that's not inverted. Okay, that's right. That makes sense. Right, okay, so that takes care of the fine copper wire. Then we need to do liquid rubber into here. Or I guess we could just do the silicon rubber. That's fine. And then we need to keep exactly... I need my filters. Right, if we keep... exactly... 14 ingots in there at any given time. Sensor. And check for 1x tin wire. And if there's over... I guess 16 of those. Redstone channel 5. Emit a signal on redstone channel 5. That's inverted. So why is that turned off now? Oh, I guess it got turned off when we initially switched it over. Or when we initially put the cover on there. Alright, so we should just need to insert 10 ingots into here. Turn that on. I'd set that to circuit 1. Only that's again not fucking worked. Why? Only thing I can think is... Honestly, I have no idea. Anyway, right. Just needs to insert tin wire into here. At most 8 of them. And this needs to extract. On there. That should insert into there. Turn that off for a minute. And then again, sensor. Then check for tin cable. Animate the redstone signal on channel 6.
Oh, I see. Running away, eh? You yellow bastard!
Alright, no worries, V. Enjoy having your kids fed by random old people. So that should be emitting a redstone signal when it's over 8. Why is it this? I'm not even sure the sensors are working on this. I don't even think the sensors are working. And I don't know why. But yeah, that should be emitting a redstone signal when there's over 8 iron rods in there. And it's clearly not. Why? What am I doing wrong here? I'm being a moron is what I'm doing. I had them all set on input. And they need to be on output. And that's still not working. Oh, right, no, because they should have all been on the default setting. Yeah, so that's turned off now. It's a little slow. Turn off, because it only works every 20 ticks, but Hopefully that should be fine. If I take those out of there, that should have turned back on again. This might have cover require a signal weaker than the set redstone signal to run. So there shouldn't be a redstone signal there. What the I love doing these kind of setups, but when they just don't do what you expect them to do. And this is clear, this is user error this time. This is absolutely user error. Right, let me go through this again. Right, so this should... Oh, Jesus. This should shut off it should run without a redstone signal when there's no redstone signal. This should send a redstone signal when there is 8 iron rods in there. And that will output a redstone signal to this side. When that happens. So that should have shut off. And it seems like it has. Yeah, okay, so that's fine. This one should do the same. This should now turn on until there's 8 in there and then turn off. This should also do the same. Except we're looking for iron rods there, and we shouldn't be. We should be looking for magnetic iron rods. Right, we'll slow that down a little bit, otherwise it's going to end up with more in there regardless. Let's check, see if that's going to... Yeah, so that should turn on. Yeah, until there's 16 in there. This... We're not even... Oh, yeah, I stopped importing into there, didn't I? Right, that one's not shutting off. Oh, no, because we said 16 tin wire, didn't we? Yeah, so that's fine. And then that should shut off when there is... We'll say that's 16 as well. 16 of those. So if we take those out, that should keep going. And there's not really a necessity to do all of this, but it's just I like the idea of not wasting resources. Even if we have like an infinite amount of those resources, I still don't like wasting them. Because not only are you wasting resources, you're also wasting energy. And there we go, right. And then we need the emitter on there. I'll push out into there. Leave the emitter on there. We say emit redstone signal when you are below... What do we say? 512 LV motors. So this should work until we get 512 motors. If I take this down to, say, 2, that will shut off. Perfect. Okay. Okay, so that should make LV motors for us. And then we'll do the same. Tomorrow, we'll do the same for MV, HV, possibly EV ones as well. But certainly MV and HV. I think it's just the M up to... I think it's just up to HV that we need at the moment. And then IV later for those. So I guess we could go up to IV. And then the idea is basically we're going to do this setup for all of them. Hopefully after this first one, it's going to be considerably easier to do. I am going to also underclock all this to HV because, again, no point in spending and using more energy than we need to. We'll leave that at MV, actually, because that is... because that is a little too quick anyway. Wait, why? Oh, right. I was going to say, why have we got all this shit in here? Okay. You know what? I'm going to see if I can do the MV ones as well. We may as well get at least a little bit more done. Right, so we need... Wait, let's just say we're going to do up to... If we're going to do up to IV, we're not going to do them all day today, but I'll set up them... I'll get the machines crafted for it. So if we're going to do MV, HV, EV, IV, so that's 4 more, so we need 8 more assemblers. We've got 1 there already. So 7 more assemblers. 8 lathes. 7 more assemblers, 8 lathes. 8 wire mills. And 4 polarizers. And then we'll have these on this side. With the lasers down there. I do quite like the fact that it's all just in like one nice self-contained little strip. And then we're essentially going to have the same thing on each level. The polarizers will go there. Still going to wait on the rest of them. I wonder if it's worth... Well, if we're going to be doing the EV electric motors, we're going to need Canthal passive anyway, aren't we? Anything else we're going to need to worry about? Like Electrum, we've already got passive. Stainless steel, we have. Silver, we should have plenty of. Mag steel, obviously, we have. So I think though everything there is fine. I do quite like the look of the UIV motors. They look kind of cool. Some of this stuff might be a problem with the IV ones, so we might not do the IV ones yet, but we'll see. Come on, anytime today. How are we doing for quantum flux now? 2,313. How many did we say to shut off at? 4,096. Are we out of... No, we're not out of mercury dust yet. What about Cinnabar? Nope, we still got almost 3,500 Cinnabar. Are we still processing that as well? Go over here. Here, won't it? No, we're finished. We have finished processing the Cinnabar. We could get another, like, 1,600 or so from there, plus another 1,400 or so from there as well. We should be alright for a little bit, at least. The assemblers. We need one there. Need the lathes. Oh, I didn't. Oh, I did start the wire mills going. Need the lathes and the wire mills going as well. Right, we're going to need interfaces. I'm going to need a lot of interfaces. So if we just make another stack of those. There's the assemblers. And then I guess the way we'd end up doing this would be... have that up there. I guess we'd have to have a little bit of space between these, because I wouldn't want to use the same laser network for each of them. We'd either have to have like a thing like this, and then another 3 there, and then a gap, and then another 3. Kind of like that for doing all this. I think that's the way to go. Right, the lathes will go at the top. Just give me one more wire mill so we can get the MV motors done. Then that gives us a little bit of space for decoration as well, which is good. Right, so let's insert into there. And for the MV motors, we need those. Which means we need to send out aluminium. Where are the ingots? I'm going blind, aren't I? What the f... I don't know why I couldn't see that. We're going to need steel ingots. We're going to need cupronickel. We're going to need copper. And silicon rubber. Okay, and then for this, we're going to do 2 recipes worth for each of them. So 4 of those, 2 of those, 8 of those. Oh, wait, why have I got tin cables there? Oh, those were from the last one, weren't they? Shit. Yeah, so 2 of those, 8 of those, 4 of those. 2 of those should actually be 4 of those. Yeah, I think that should be everything, right? Just 4 items. Yeah. Right, and then you need a machine controller on there, and then on each of these. And they don't need to be inverted, so that's fine. And so for the top one, this is going to be the aluminium. So let's filter robot arm for that. And then same thing again. Sensor on orange, checking for aluminium rods. Putting a signal on orange when there is over 8 of them. And we also need peer-to-peer again. There we go. It's gone to 10, but that's fine. Again, we're also going to take these down to HV. The polarizer, which will go down to MV. Alright, so that takes care of the aluminium rods. And then we just extract those. And that should put 4 of them down there. And then this was going to be steel rods. And again. Sensor, channel 2. You okay, quiet? There we go. So you should shut off when you get to 8. I feel like 512 motors is probably too much. I'm not going to lie. I feel like 256 of them is going to be enough to keep passively stocked. Like, we really don't need 512. So all this should shut off in a moment. Yep, there we go. All right, cool. Just got the 8 rods from there, and then we need to extract those 8 rods on channel 2. And they will go into the polarizer. By the way, if you guys get really bored of me doing all of these arguably pointless things, which aren't pointless, just seem like they are, let me know, and I will speed things along and do things the simpler way. Because the last thing I want to do is bore anybody. Oh, wait. Shit. All right, and then we need to put a sensor on there as well. Wait, is this channel 1 or 2? That was channel 2, so this will be channel... Sorry, this will be channel 3, won't it? Make sure I'm getting this right. Yeah. So it will be the same channel number as how far down we are. So third one down will be channel 3. And that's going to check for magnetic steel rods. 8 of those. Then output a redstone signal. And then now we should be able to turn that back to there. And that shouldn't turn back on. Perfect. Although that does need to then extract on reds. And I'll put them down there. Perfect. Okay. Right, then this one is going to be the 2x cuprical wire, isn't it? So that's going to need to be on circuit 2. Need to insert cuprical into there. It's still 1 ingot per, so just put 4 of those on there. Sensor again. Check for 2x cuprical wires. 8 of those on channel 4. I'll put a redstone signal. That will output cuprical. Okay, perfect. And then again, extract from there, and that should put those down into there. And then next up is... What do we need in here? Copper cables. So copper ingot goes into there. Imports. And then sensor. Check for copper wire. Channel 5, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yep. Put a redstone signal, and then we need to import copper to there. So that's circuit 1. Okay. And then we're going to need to insert into here. Copper wire. And extract from here. Need another pump. Need to set that to import. Silicon rubber. 1 bucket should be fine. Oh, shit. Sensor. Right, that's fine. And then just extract from there. Zodo, thank you for the posture check. How are you doing? Right, we need to extract on there. And that needs to be inverted. And we need an emitter under here. For MV motors. And we're going to say 256 again. When it's below that. And then output those. If we turn that to, say, 1, that should turn off. Perfect. Okay. And then that's kind of what I want to do for all of the motors. I'm not going to do it for the rest of the components. I'm just going to do it for the motors since they're kind of the basis for all of them. So I've got to decide how I want to do set up the rest of these, because we can technically do it with just a single, like a 2 wide gap there, and then 3, and then another 2, and then 3, and then another 2. That would actually work out better. I didn't really like the idea of there not being like a central block on here, but I think it's fine, and we can still decorate this in other ways. And this will allow us to fit like LV, MV, HV, EV, IV, and LUV motors all in the same chunk. You know what? I'm going to do some of the others as well. Why not? I need to get it done. Assemblers, lathes, wire mills, and polarizers. Well, potatoes, but your dinner has been cancelled for tonight. Wait. I'm trying to work out if there's some pun there that I'm missing. Or whether that's a genuine, your dinner has been cancelled for tonight. Alright, so, and then we got the 2 wire mills. And then the polarizers. And then the 2 lathes. No pun legit situation. So wait, what did the potatoes have to do with it? I'm confused. If there's a pun in there, it was a mashing one. Oh, Tribble. Okay, right, let's see. I really wish I would remember a little bit more, a little bit earlier, about the whole auto-connecting thing with these. I always forget about it. Okay, and I am going to get rid of these for now, just so we can see what's going on. You're going to have a baked potato? Ah, okay. Wait, so do you not have a baked potato? Or a potato to bake? Is that the issue? Go. Okay, I've really got to get those accumulation processors automated. Right, we're not going to be doing these, and also those aren't connected. This is why I like to change the colors of the networks, just so if things like this happen where something doesn't connect that I thought I had, when I change the colors, I can see whether it did connect or not. Wait, don't need pattern provider, we need interfaces. I had mashed potato last night. That's the only potato I've had in a little while. So the first 4, and then it skips 1. The only one it doesn't need to go on is the polarizer. Right, we're not going to be doing the IV ones today, but we will do the HV and the EV. Having potato in Kiev. That's actually exactly what I had last night. A good choice. Alright, so let's clear that and that out, and we'll clear all this out. Right, what do we need in here? So we need 2x cables, 2x silver cables, 2x electrum wire, stainless steel rods, magnetic steel rods. Those are all the things that need to go into that. So what do we need to output? We need to be able to output silver. Oh, I also need to get steel rods in there as well, but we need silver ingots. We need electrum ingots. I'm pretty sure I'm automating electrum. Stainless steel ingots. And steel ingots. We also want steel rods over here as well. Oh, well, we've got machine controls already. Right, so all these on first. And the robot arms. I didn't put a robot arm on the either of these, did I? No, it doesn't look like it. Good. Okay, robot arm, robot arm, robot arm, robot arm, robot arm, and a robot arm. Crap. And robot arms. Yeah, I had a cheese and ham one yesterday, They are good. Right, okay. So let's get the power to all these first before we do anything else, just so we can do stuff as we go. Right, there we go. Everything should have power. And it does. Beautiful. Right, okay, so top of here is it's going to be for the stainless steel rods, I guess. So stainless steel ingots. And then I'm going to need more cards with this, aren't I? Sensor. Stainless steel rods. 8. And emit that on channel 1. And then I'll put a signal on channel 1. And then I'll put stainless steel to here. Yeah, okay. Perfect. And again, we will underclock, since we don't need everything at HV. And then there's a certain point where we can't underclock the polarizers. At least not as much. Alright. Let's taking care of those. We'll sort out final input into here as well. That needs to be 4 of those, 8 of those, 4 of those, and 2 of those. Everyone's making you hungry? Yeah, you and me both. I actually don't even know what I'm going to have for dinner tonight. I'm not sure what I've actually got left in the freezer. Right, okay, so this is for... Well, let's set up the sensor on this first. So I always seem to forget these ones. Right, so the sensor, this is going to be for the magnetic steel rods. So, and that'll be on channel 2. And that will emit a redstone signal on channel 2. That will insert steel ingots. That will output steel ingots. This should again stop at 8. And then this will insert steel rods on channel 2. Although I could do this on channel 1, I guess. I don't know why I'm doing it on channel 2. Doesn't really matter either way. Right. Sensor on there for magnetic steel rods. That should be, yeah, channel 3. I'll put a redstone signal on channel 3. And that should stop. Yep. Perfect. And then we just need to extract from there and insert into there. We need to do the same on this actually as well. Perfect. Alright, and then we've got the electrum wire now, 2x electrum wire. I think it should be channel 4. So electrum. I'll put electrum from there. Hey Becky, how you doing? Yep, that's working. And again, we extract. Right, and this is for the 2x silver cable. I did forget about the silver wire in there. And that's channel 5, right? Yeah. Channel 5, and then output a redstone signal on channel 5. Insert. Where are we? Silver ingots. I really wish, like, the reason I keep randomly removing them from here, by the way, for anyone who doesn't know, in Laser IO, if you want to increment the amount, you left click. And to decrement it, you right click. So basically, to add one to it, you left click. To remove one from it, you right click. Whereas in GregTech filters, it's the opposite. So if you want to add one to it, you right click. If you want to take one away from it, you left click. So they're kind of flipped. And I keep forgetting this every time. It's driving me up the wall. As well as you can be. How's everyone? I'm about the same, about as well as can be. Yeah, okay, that's working. Then this needs to insert 2x silver wire on channel 2. Then needs to sensor for 2x silver cable on channel 6. And then I'll put a redstone signal. And I just realized this needs a pump and not a robot arm. I need to do that on the one over here as well. Okay, there we go. Right. And this will extract. I should stop at 8 again. Yep. Perfect. And then right from there. And that will give us our motors. We then need a few more emitters, which I am missing at the moment. I need one on there and one on there. And this is for HV motors. And again, 256 of those. Emit when below. Yeah, right. And then we should be able to shut that off. Yeah. Perfect. Okay, right. It's always the first one that's the difficult one. Then after that, it just gets a lot easier. Because you kind of get a kind of bit of a pattern going with it. Should we ask something? Did you ever find out what happened to Cesare the one day they were in here earlier? Never found out. No, he's been in here since. He was in here yesterday. He was in yesterday. And I've seen him in quite a few other chats. So he's fine, obviously. Or they're fine. Which is really all that matters. Alright, so... Oh, the one thing we are going to have to do, though, is make titanium... get more rutile coming in. But we need 2x aluminium cables. We can't do the EV ones yet, either, because we haven't got Canthol passive. Titanium rods. Magnetic neodymium rods. And the aluminium cable. Okay. And then we need neodymium rods and the 2x aluminium wire in there, as well as we need aluminium ingots. I'll set this up, but obviously we won't have the Canthol here. Why is it just randomly generating the nether? Because Minecraft hates you, JJ. And you should hate it right back. Right, neodymium ingots and titanium ingots. We are going to need to get some of this stuff sorted out and kind of passive, though. Yeah, they have been in since. I didn't bring anything up just in case it was something they didn't want to talk about. I didn't ask them what happened or anything like that. I figured if they wanted me to know, they would have let us. Right, okay, so first things first. Titanium rods. Alright, and this needs to insert titanium rods. I'm going to keep less of them in here, though, I think. Just because we have less titanium at the moment. I was working. I always forget to do this one first. It's always my intention to do the final output one first. I always forget. Right, 8 of those. 2 of those. 4 of those. Alright, and we need... Ah, crap. I didn't mean to put those away. Give me them back. There we go. Alright, so... that on there. Let's... set this for EV electrical motors. We're going to set these to just like the 32 for now. Just because we don't have a lot of... or a steady supply of neodymium or titanium. Actually, those are probably some of the things we do want to passive microminer-wise. Things like neodymium and titanium. Alright, and then that's fine. And then that needs to output. Perfect. Alright, and then we need the neodymium. And then sensors. Sorry, I went off into my own little world there. These are going to check for neodymium rods. Right, and these need to import neodymium ingots. Again, we don't want to import too many of them at any given time. I also need to go through and underclock all of these. Yeah, we can actually underclock this to HV as well, which is good. I do love, this is one thing I do miss in GTNH as well, is like not being able to underclock machines. It just makes life so much easier, especially when you're using, it's not so much of an issue here, but when you're using, like different tiered machines and you're using power cables and you've got to kind of switch between the different tiers of power, it makes it a lot easier just to make them all at the same tier and then underclock them. Right, so neodymium. Right, are you going to shut off? Yes, you are. Perfect. Okay. Right, and then this needs to... A couple of those. You need to, first of all, insert neodymium rods. And we need a sensor to check for magnetic neodymium rods. And then this needs to extract on there. And then we should be, when we know this is going to shut off when it's supposed to, just got to do the output. Yeah, there we go. And then I'm just got to output this to red channel. Am I going to have enough? Am I going to have enough item cards? I'm not sure. Anyway, that takes care of the neodymium rods. Next up, the canthal wire. This is the bit that we can't actually do yet, because we don't have canthal passive. It is something we're going to have to do. Also, I need to check on my levels of chromium at the minute as well, because I don't think we've got a huge amount. Right. And that should be 4, right? Yeah. And then emit redstone signal on yellow. Import. Canthal ingots. Doing it again. And then... Yeah, we haven't got any canthal to put in there, so... If I just make, say, 32 of those... I'll put them to there, and then we need this 2x cable, right? Yes. Okay, and then do that. You are not shutting off. That's because I left you on an output. On an input rather than an output. Whoops. Oh, never mind. That's fine. Right, so this should just be set to import. Oh, wait, there's a thought. Ah. That is a little bit of a problem that I had not really anticipated. We need to input both fluids and an item into this, because we also need... Oh, shit, I forgot about that. We also need the thin polyvinyl chloride sheets. We don't actually have the thin polyvinyl chloride sheets. We're not passively crafting them. We are passively crafting the polyvinyl chloride sheets, or PVC sheets. Let's just use that for now. So if we add a bender into the mix on this, that will, and add that onto the top of here, that will then take care of the PVC sheets, and we don't need to worry. Although I am a little annoyed that it's going to be, everything's going to be kind of out of order now. But rather than having all of the parts for this one wire in one place, it's part of it's going to be at the top. And I don't think it's worthwhile trying to move it around. As much as I don't like the fact that it's out of order, it's also not the end of the world. We're going to need this going forwards as well. And I guess actually it's quite nice the fact that we can keep the same machines like in a line along here, and then just additional ones get added to the top. So I guess it's not too bad. Right, so we add that to the top. And then we just need another laser on there as well. And this, we're going to need ice and a redstone card. Sensor again. And this will be for PVC sheets. Right, 8 of those. Oh, and this is going to be out of sync as well, isn't it? It's going to be on a different channel now as well. That's okay, though. That's fine. We can live with that. We need some machine controller. We can actually shut this thing off. And we need another robot arm. So this is going to need to import PVC sheets. Done it again. Right, and then that needs to be on what circuits? Circuit 1. Let's underclock this as well, because that's insanely fast. Alright, and then this needs to insert 2x aluminium cable and PVC sheets. Alright, we'll extract from there. That'll go into there, and we should be able to do silicon rubber here. Okay, and then this one is checking for where's it got? 2x aluminium wire. That's on channel 5, I think. Yep, channel 5. I'll put aluminium to there, and then hopefully reset the circuit. That's actually really quick, considering it's underclocked to HV. Alright, then this needs to extract on channel 2. That'll insert into there. I haven't set the sensor up on here yet. Shit. check. 8 of those. Channel 6. I put on channel 6. Okay, right, that's fine. We made a few extras. That's all right. Extract from there, and then that should down to there. What am I missing? Oh, right, yeah, we've not extracted the Camphor wires yet, have we? Okay, there we go. Right, so that should keep going until we've got 32 of those, or until we run out of Camphor. So chromium, we've still got 7,000 chromium, so we're not doing too badly. Canthol, we just need iron dust, aluminium dust, and chromium dust. So let's sort that out. We've got plenty of space over here for mixers. When you run out, will the crafting be cancelled? Yes, absolutely, Tribble. That is exactly how this works. It will be cancelled. I won't be, because it will be, there will not be any cancel. And I'll be very sad about it. Tarian, hello. How's it going? Alright, I guess we are going to need a couple more storage cells. One for Canthal dust, and one for Canthal ingots. It's going good? I'm glad to hear that. What day is it today, chat? Is it Tuesday or Wednesday? I feel like it's Tuesday. Definitely feels like a Tuesday. It is Tuesday. Okay, I was right. Right, Canthal dust. And Canthal ingots. Okay, so we just keep, say, 128 in, or 256 in stock. I need a machine cover, or machine controller, and I need another, interface, and another peer-to-peer. Interface we have. Peer-to-peer's there. Have I seen the mod pack Reclamation Reclaim the World? I've heard of it. I haven't actually seen it or tried it yet, though. Isn't it supposed to be a little bit like another one that's supposed to be a little bit like Regrowth? Okay, so need to import iron, aluminium, chromium. I'm gonna have to sort out. I do need to sort out more chromium, so I think we are gonna have to passive that Cinnabar micro miner mission. God freaking damn it! I've done it again. Right, import those. Machine controller. That does need to be inverted. Okay. What circuit do we need for this? Circuit 1. Right, and then that needs to push out that way and allow inputs from that side. Set that to 1 for a second just to make sure it shuts off. Excellent. Okay, right, that's cancelled dust sorted. Just got to do the ingots now. Today's the day before. Oh. Good luck with it when you go, Eric. That's honestly something I should have done a long time ago and haven't. And now it's not really worth it. Right, okay, so... Need another EBF. What are we going to do coil-wise for these? Like, for the Canthal, we don't really need much. But I guess we can do the RTM alloy. The RTM alloy won't be terrible to do. Aching. I won't even go into how bad mine are at the moment. It's not good. Oh wait, I just realized we don't. I've got to just make a decision here, chap. Do I leave a block of space between this as we have over here, just for decoration purposes later? But it will come up right to the end of here when we do another set of 4 here. Although I guess we could just do a set of 3 on the end. But that's going to be a little awkward. Well, we could have an EBF there, EBF there, and an EBF. Wait, it's going to... Oh, no, it's going to be a set of 3 anyway. We could do it as a set of 2. I guess that wouldn't be too bad, because it would go like kind of 4 EBFs at the start, then 3, and then 2. That might not be too bad. Oh, these takes. That's actually not bad, 6 seconds per ingot. Although this does back up ever so slightly. Anyway, right, what do we need? We need a maintenance hatch. We need an input bus. We need an output bus. Yeah, I hope it goes as well as possible. As well as a trip to the dentist can do. Right, and we need heat-proof casings. So this, if we're doing... I think we are just going to have 2 of these here. For these last ones. So it will be... How have we got them set up over here? Yeah, output bus in the middle. So the output bus would go there. Energy hatch there. And coils. No, we'll go there. And the input bus will go in the middle. Oh, wait, no, we do need that there. And we need a muffler hatch as well. We might need to do nichrome as well. Actually, that's probably going to be another one we really should do, is nichrome. Especially if we need it for the RTM alloy coils. Because nichrome is another one we haven't got kind of passived at the moment. Right, anyway, muffler hatch. My keyboard is doing weird things again. And it's driving me nuts. That will go there. And then we need machine controller again. Another emitter. I kind of wish I'd had these emitters in somewhere that was a little easier to get to. How am I going to do this? It'll be in the middle of the two, so it'll go to... Yeah, it'll go across there. Okay. Right, that's the energy hatch. Now we just got to wait for the coils. Right, do we have an easy way at the moment to make the accumulation processors? I think this actually might be something we need to do tomorrow as well. Is make sure that we have all of these set up and organized for like an automated and potentially passived. I don't know. Is there a multi-block forming press? Oh yeah, the large material press can work as a forming press. Yeah, so if we set up like the multi-block forming press, and then we'll just set that up specifically for, well, there's a bunch of other forming press things that we have to do as well. Like all the drills are made in a forming press. Although those are actually going to be passived soon, aren't they? So I guess that's not going to matter. Very angry cat. Have you got any idea what it's angry about? I wonder if it's tried not being angry. Right, RTM alloy coil block. Ta-da. And then we need a monitor. And we're just going to keep, say, 256 maybe Canthor ingots. We don't need too many of them. Right, if we just output Canthor dust to there. What circuit do we need it on? Circuit 1. There we go. And that is making Canthor ingots for us. Ah, they are going to get output straight to the things, aren't they, though? Shit. Can I, if I just mass produce a few of these for a moment, can I steal one of those? Do that. Perfect. Okay, right, so that should shut off at, well, check to make sure it does shut off. Code breaker, thank you for the hydrates and the posture check. I appreciate it. Okay, so if we just set that to like one of those, that should have shut off. Yeah, perfect. Okay, so that will keep camphor ingots in stock for us. We should probably add another one next to that for nichrome. Eventually, and then we will have to start adding them on top of here after that, I think. Right, let me just go and make a few more accumulation processors. If I can get to the right place. There we go. Got to keep me on my toes somehow. I mean, I'm quite happy sitting down, thanks. I don't need my toes then. It does get uncomfortable after a while, admittedly, but you know. I'm sure it's fine. Print silicon, we need a stack of those, and we need a stack of HV circuits. I occasionally do that, Codebreaker. Not very often, but occasionally. Come on. There we go. Right. We have lots of work to do tomorrow, as per usual. But we should be in a position to start passiving some of the microminers. Hopefully by the end of tomorrow. So which ones did I say I was... ones that I would like to passively generate resources for. Tungsten. Tungstates and scheelite. We do have this microminer mission that does take titanium drill heads and a few other bits and pieces that we can somewhat easily make. And then that will get us, that should get us a consistent supply of scheelite and tungstate. And what we'll do is we'll set that up, and then we'll basically tell it to shut off and stop running when, stop running when we have X amount of tungsten. Another one we need is titanium. So, actually, bauxite doesn't give us titanium, does it? That gives us... No, it does. It gives us rutile. Basically, we need any of the ones that can give us rutile dust. So, aluminium ore, ilmenite, or bauxite. So, ilmenite... There is a tier 1 microminer mission, which actually isn't too bad, which also gives us bauxite and aluminium. That's relatively easy to do. What about... Is there any other ones that give us bauxite? No, just that one. So that one will give us everything we need for passively generating rutile dust. What we will have to do as well is make sure that we are outputting all of these ores to the macerators and processing them as they come in. Must be a blue moon tonight. Quite possibly. It's not that rare an event that I make sense, is it? Surely not. Right, so this microminer mission we want scheelite and tungstate. This one we want The one with ruby... this one we also want. This one's going to be a bit more of a pain, though, because of the gemstone sensors. These are kind of expensive. So ruby, like ruby and chromium, we might have to just continue manually mining for now. Well, I guess it's not terrible. It'd be a lot nicer if we could get to these. The ASOC ships. But for those, we need Naquita-doped wafers. At least. Which we haven't quite got to yet. But this one is a possible one we could do. And then the only other one I can think of right now... Wait, hang on. What was it? We needed titanium. There was something else we probably needed for some of these. I'm not sure which. Anyway. Another one we wanted to try and potentially do is this one. This one will give us stuff for the platinum group. Which, although... At the minute, I don't think it's going to matter too much because right now we have not... Are we still processing it? Yeah, we still got like 16,000 to process. From the last 10 times we ran that mission. So I guess what we can do is just check to see how much platinum group sludge we have at the time. If we have over a certain amount, then shut off that micro miner. And all those four could do with being passively created or passively sent off. So there's a few things we are going to need to make sure are passive. We've already got the Wither Realm data. Cobalt Brass. I think Cobalt Brass is just the yeah, it's just the stuff smelted, so we don't need to put it through an EBF or anything, so that's not too bad. The Wither Realm data we're getting anyway. The gemstone sensor, like I say, is going to be a bit of a pain. But the lenses, would have to figure out which of the lenses, which one of the lenses we can easily make. This one, just some stainless steel and chromium stuff. This is actually one of the reasons why it would be nice to have the redstone one, because we do need, we need a source of chromium. And then this one, again, it's just using the advanced power thrusters. And the aluminium drill heads are easy enough. And the basic drilling kits will be... The drilling kits will probably get passive as well as the advanced power thrusters. And just have make sure we got a small stock of those available for any micro miners that need them. What else do we... There's got to be... That chromium is one of the things that I'm starting to get concerned about, because we're down to about 7,000 or so. Okay, we can really only get it from chromite. There is a chromite one as well, I guess. But that takes vanadium steel, which we'd have to set up an EBF specifically for. Ruby slurry? We can electrolyze the ruby dust to get a little bit of it. Do we have any other use for the ruby dust? I think we were using it for like energium crystals or energium dust, and then to make the lapitron dust. We don't really want to use all of that up. Chromite dust can also be electrolyzed into chromium. Wait, where did we get chromium trioxide from? Oh, okay. Yeah, that's not really any help. And then ruby dust again. Processing ruby. I guess the easiest thing to do is probably just to go and find a another redstone ruby vein and just mine that out. One thing I think I do want to do soon though is get all of this lot moved into storage cells. I think that's one of the first things we'll do tomorrow. We'll get all that moved into... In fact, what I'm going to do for now, I'm going to make sure we have a recipe for 256k drives. I'm going to make one for redstone, and then I'm going to start processing all of the redstone that we've got and just AFK for a little while after the stream. That with PTFE. Do I have PTFE down in the assembler? I think I do. I'll have to go and double check, but I'm pretty sure I do. I need to see if there's any better ways of making any of this stuff. We've not really, like, checked the recipes to update them for a while. Right. Right, is the PTFE down there? Yes, there is. Okay, so we should be able to order one of those. And hopefully not have any issues. And then we need to do some recipes for these. Wait. You died, so came out to craft. What did you die to? Was it an orb weaver spider? Because those things like to fucking kill me. Little bastards. Oh, Em, are you still here, by the way? I'm guessing probably not, but if you are... You died to a mite. That's embarrassing, Becky. I'm not gonna lie. That's kind of embarrassing. How did you die to a mite? Even 3 of them. Did you have... Please tell me you, like, didn't have a weapon or anything. Please tell me that was why. It is, but you got cornered. Fair enough. That might be bad. The only thing I've died to so far, mostly because of being overly cautious and running away a lot, is orb weaver spiders. Almost died to the oh fuck, what are they called? Lavas. I'm sorry, Becky. I didn't mean to be rude. And that was very rude. I'm sorry. Right, what was I doing? Oh, redstone, right. Let's get the redstone moved over. Oh, this is going to be interesting. We've got redstone blocks here as well, haven't we? So any recipes that use redstone blocks, I might need to... do something about that. Okay, so the redstone is going in there now. So with the 256k drives, we should be able to store up to like 2 million of whatever's in there. Why is there a random piece of electrum dust in there? Strange. Red workarounds to your nemesis. Oh god, does that trip down to get your first buggy? That is basically a horror game. The lighting and the atmosphere and like how tight it is down there, it's That is a 100% a horror game. Hey, there we go. We got all of our motors. Nice. Oh, one thing I will say about Grounded 2, I love the fact that it makes, there are a lot of things that are a lot easier to get now. Like, I remember always struggling to find the thistles to make arrows. And there's somewhere, like, relatively close to where you start that has them in quite large amounts. And it just makes it really easy. Oh no, I almost lost I accidentally dropped it at some point, and because it was dark and my torch had ran out, it kind of died on me. I couldn't find it. It took me a little while. Apparently, I kind of chucked it into a corner somewhere, trying to survive. Not my finest of moments. Right, what was I doing? Oh, redstone, right. There's a few things we've got to do if we are upping the amount of redstone we have. We can keep this going to, well, if we set this up to keep going until we've got over 1 million redstone in there. Most of it's not going to come from there anyway. Most of it is going to come from the 129,000 redstone we have there, plus the raw redstone we have there. And then we are going to go and get a bunch more tomorrow, I think, as well. Right, so leave that going, and we'll leave that going. And hopefully we can go through all of that, and that should give us... That'll be about another, what, 20,000, 150 odd thousand redstone? It won't get all, it will not all get done tonight, though. I guarantee that. Because I'm not going to be, I am going to be playing GTNH later on, and possibly some Phasma as well. Oh, there we go. Plus, we're also getting more Cinnabar from this, aren't we? Shit, I forgot about that. Nice. Okay. So we do also need to insert those into here as well. That's the other bit I completely forgot about. All right, so from there... I don't know if there's gonna... If all dusts want to... Actually, all gems are going to want to come here, aren't they? All forged gems will have to go there. And that should have taken... Yeah, those out of there. Oh, shit. I did wonder why we didn't have any pitch blend in there. I don't know why we had... Why there was no... Oh, we haven't got a thing for pitch blend. I could have sworn I had. Like, lead dust we have storage for, but the pitch blend, I could have sworn I had storage for the pitch blend. Okay, well, fair enough. In that case, we are going to have to do that as well, then. How did I not have pitch blend? Strange. Oh, well, never mind. We have now. That's why I wanted the large stack upgrades in there for when I forget stuff like that. You know what would be really nice as well? If there was a way to just kind of copy the name of something, that would be really nice. Oh, and capitalize. If I could do that and then capitalize it when I pasted it, I could just put that in there, copy the name, and paste it. I'm trying to find ways of, like, streamlining this process a little bit. Right, let's pitch blend. And then we've also got the Cinnabar. It needs to go in there as well. And there we go. Beautiful. Welcome back, Quiet. The trip is something you don't anticipate. Did that last time we played? Anyway, yeah. Right, I think that's about all we can really get done today, I think. I think that's about all we can get done today. Have we gone through all of our thorium yet? Oh, we've still got 6,000 thorium left. How much TBU fuel have we got? 896. Let's put another stack into here as well while we're waiting. And we've got a fair amount of plutonium as well. We need to get more done with this, but I think we've got enough for the time being, but we do need to get more done with this and sort out more passiving of that. We've still got more of the building to do as well. Oh, and I also meant to do the distillation tower, the other distillation towers here for Nether Air and Ender Air. I'm forgetting all the things, apparently. But on that note, it is time to call it a day. Thank you, everybody, for being here. I do massively appreciate it. Thank you, Ziddick, for the raid. Thank you, everyone, for the follows, for the resubs, everything else. They are all massively appreciated. I should be back live again tomorrow, provided nothing goes wrong in the meantime. Oh, God, what have I done? I've lost everything. I'm breaking things. But yeah, in the meantime, I'm going to see if I can find anybody I can send all of you lovely people over to. And then I'm going to go and see if I can find some food. I'm actually starting to get hungry. Right. I think I know where we're going. Oh. I've got to go there. Somebody that we don't raid very often, but they are playing GTNH. They are not somebody I expect. There's two people today I've seen playing GTNH that I did not expect it. Critical Jess and Skulldraken as well. So I'm going to go and see how they're both getting on. Well, how Skulldraken's getting on anyway. But thank you everyone for being here. I will be back tomorrow. As far as the raid is concerned, all I need you guys to do is copy the raid message. Copy that. Once we get over to Skulls, paste that into the chat there, along with any heart emotes you have available. They don't need to be mine. Any will do. Just show them a little bit of love. All right. Oh, God, no. Don't raid that. That's not what I want to try and raid. That is a link to the Phasmophobia blog update. All right, guys. Have an amazing rest of your day. And I will see you all tomorrow, where hopefully we'll get some more progress done. Anyway, take care, and I will see you all soon.